Good morning, Road America, and welcome to day 3 of the Ariens Art on Wheels weekend. It's breakfast time. Parker Johns, Pearls on the Hill, and Toadette's, as well as the Gearbox, should be open throughout the day today. It is breakfast time. Paddock Shop will open up at 9 o'clock this morning if you need anything. But race cars on track in 30 minutes. This is your 30-minute wake-up call. 30 minutes before on-track activity with our Cup races. And a special Trans Am Ambisonan V8 Challenge coming up at 8 o'clock. Elkhart Lake Cup at 8:30. Sheldon Cup at 9 o'clock. And the Kimberley Cup at 9:30. Our Cup races are first on the docket following the Trans Am Ambisonan V8 Special. It's coming up in 30 minutes. 30-minute call to the grid. About 10 minutes away from on-track activity, the Trans Am V8 Challenge up at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Road America would like to recognize our 2022 season corporate partners, Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Road America, Yamaha, the official motorcycle of Road America, and the official UTV of the corporate team building programs. Our landmark sponsors, Sargento, Ariens, Corvette, Haggerty, Briggs & Stratton, Johnsonville, Henry, Palermo's Pizza, and NTT Data. Skag Power Equipment, the official mower of Road America. Oshkosh Office Systems, the official business machine supplier of Road America. West Bend Insurance and Sheboygan Chevrolet, sponsors of the Teen Driving School. Optima Batteries, the official battery. H&R Spring, the official suspension partner. The Lake Michigan Car Ferry, the official transportation partner of Road America, sailing twice daily from Manitowoc to Ludington, Michigan. Soundhouse, the official hearing protection partner of Road America. Our fire and safety sponsors, Hall Matro, AMR, Crete Truck Center, Wheel and Engineering, Safety Clean, Finish Line Towing, and Collins Classic Automobiles. Sign Me Up, the official signage company of Road America. Milwaukee, the official power tool. Jim's Golf Car, the official golf car provider. Eden Stone of Elders, the official stone. Clean Tools, makers of the Absorber Car Cloth. TireRack.com, the official tire retailer. Catalyst Exhibits, the official design and exhibit partner. Quick Trip, the official convenience store. Marwin Sports, the official race apparel. The University of Wisconsin Green Bay, the official collegiate partner. Mulch Express of Wisconsin, the official mulch. Our signage partners, Throttle Stop, West Bend Dyno, GT Race Tires, Race Ramps, Bank First, Red Wing Shoes, Lift X, Corvette Central, Elkhart Lake Tourism, Auto Select, Speed Seat Factory, Finish Line Towing, Briggs & Stratton, and the Walbeck Group. Our event entitlement sponsors, WeatherTech, Henry, Quick Trip, Jockey, and Ariens. These companies sponsor events throughout the year, and we thank you for your participation and support. Welcome to the Ariens Art on Wheels Weekend, Day 3. It is Cup Day here at Road America.
Very good morning to you as we kick off our first race. This is Cup Day of the Ariens Art on Wheels Vintage Weekend featuring the VSCDA. I'm John Phippen alongside Eric Miller. We'll keep you up to speed on all the activity here going on today. Our first race is the Trans Am Ambisonan V8 Challenge, but we're going to shorten that to the B-Sedan Challenge because that's all we got on the grid. 7 of them making their way around the track behind the safety car. Let's introduce those drivers to you. Starting in 7th position, the 05 of Jeffrey Cohen. He's in a 1973 BMW 2002. Outside of row 3, the 125 of John Wheeler in a 1974 Alfa Romeo GTV. Inside of him is the 46 of Edward Hinsa in a 1972 Datsun 510. In row 2 on the outside, car 08, Gary Beresford in another 72 Datsun 510. Alongside him, the 38 of Robert Cohen in a 1972 Alfa Romeo GTV. And on the front row, they're both Datsun 510s, the 14 of Isaac Keeler and the 185 of Marshall Moore, your pole sitter. That's your 7-car grid for our first race of the day, the B-Sedan Challenge. Timing and scoring has also updated. We've got 2 more entries at the front of the field, as it turns out. The number 681 of Noah Hurwitz out of San Francisco in his Datsun 510. And your pole sitter now is the 52 of Chip Van Zandt. Chip racing out of Grayslake, Illinois, in an Alfa Romeo GT Junior. So we have 9 cars now on the grid.
Field is slowly approaching Canada Corner with a little bit of the moisture overnight. Track's going to be a little bit green, so we'll see some of the runoff areas with some damp spots yet. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that. It'll make some things interesting, I'm sure. But once we get that racing line underway, should not be an issue. So lights go out, flags go down, and the safety car through Canada Corner, and we'll go racing this time. This is our Trans Am V8 Challenge. We'll make it the B-Sedan Challenge officially with none of the V8 competitors electing to come out on this early Sunday morning. Cup Day here in the Ariens Art on Wheels weekend at the National Park of Speed. Thanks to those of you that are here at the racetrack camping or arriving when the gates open at 7 o'clock this morning. And to those of you watching on the Road America YouTube channel, welcome and good morning. Wish you were here. It's going to be a beautiful day here in the National Park of Speed.
As Eric said, just some overnight showers, just a little dampness on the racetrack, but that shouldn't be much of an issue for these drivers. As the pace car pulls off into the pit lane, turning the field over to our front row, we believe Marshall Moore and Isaac Keeler are at the front as they begin to form up. Not particularly well settled, but we'll see if the starter is going to give him the green anyway, and he does. We are underway. The 38 of Robert Cohen alongside Marshall Moore as our pole sitter. And down the stretch they come as they head toward turn number 1 for the first time. Marshall Moore in that BRE liveried Datsun 510. And the Alpha sweeps around the outside. Robert Cohen going to take the lead as they go over the Ariens tunnel and head down toward turn number 3 for the first time. This will be an 18-minute race. And you can see a little spray being kicked up on the tires, a few damp spots on the racetrack. So these drivers are going to have to be a little circumspect perhaps on the first lap until they get a sense of just how much grip they've got available at the various places. Road America, like any other racetrack, has some spots that dry more quickly than others. So these drivers, all experienced, had plenty of time to race here today. They should have, or this weekend, should I say, they should have plenty of knowledge of just where those damp spots are.
Premium spot's obviously going to be braking like into turn 5.
Yep.
It's that area's going to dry pretty fast just because it is downhill. So sunlight starting to filter through as well. As you can see the shadows of the cars and some sunlight reflecting off of the wheels and the windshields as we transition through. And even this camera from turn 6 looking back towards the east up the hill underneath the Corvette Bridge. Field stretching out a bit here on this opening circuit, but everybody just being mindful. You see a little bit of moisture on the inside of turn 8 offline.
The sun low in the sky giving us a beautiful shot there of turn number 8 as it is Robert Cohen out in front and pulling away as that Alpha well suited to these conditions. Marshall Moore running in second, and then Gary Beresford in third in that sort of lime green and gray number 08.
One of the things you'll notice as well, of course, is the light gray versus dark gray as we start things off this morning. You'll see kind of that lane transition a little bit. It's going to be a little slippery to start. Slip angle's a little bit higher here in the early morning hours as tire temperatures need to come up as well. Leader all the way through Kettle Bottoms now.
Yeah, Robert Cohen really putting some distance on the rest of the field here. Perhaps a little more comfortable in the rain.
One of the more balanced cars, I think, in the VSCDA era as well. So I think that probably helps a little bit.
Yeah, the Alphas
that
are.
Alpha.
Yeah, they're
very balanced car.
Very balanced, very handy, and powerful. They're pushing 100 horsepower or so. And we got one a little late on the brakes coming into Canada Corner. That's the 46 of Edward Hinsa, who left his braking just a little bit too late in the damp conditions.
And looked like he got off in the grass a little bit, which that will definitely not help your braking distance either.
Yep, get a little wet grass on the tires. That does tend to shorten up your traction window just a bit. Robert Cohen out in front by a bunch after just a single lap. He is really, really running away from this field. Marshall Moore doing his best to keep up, but almost 8.5 seconds after lap 1. Gary Beresford another second back. And his lap time also a little off that of Marshall Moore. So those top 3 driving away from one another.
And it looks like he's probably making his way to pit lane here as well. Did look like he did hit the gravel a little hard. It looked like something off the front valence had possibly broke off, possibly a brake duct, something like that. into the gravel trap in turn 12.
The 681 of Noah Hurwitz.
Actually, the 46 did stay on track, so that must be someone else that has pulled off.
Yeah, I think Isaac Keeler would be the car that's pulled off, the number 14 Datsun. There he is. So for whatever reason, he's decided that he can't continue. John Wheeler in the 125 and Jeffrey Cohen in the 05 did not take the start.
It sounds like we've had somebody's trunk open over in turn 3, getting on the rumble strips a little bit. I believe that might have been might have been the 08 of Gary Beresford, from what we're hearing. So Beresford got on the rumble strips a little bit, and the car happily clapping.
That's Beresford in our camera shot, running in the 3rd spot. Right there, apexing turn 7.
Beautiful morning here at Road America. The sun coming out. If you're watching on YouTube and in the Sheboygan County area, definitely make your way out here today. It's going to be a great day. Cup races start in just about 15 minutes or so.
The 3 Cup races, of course, in homage to the original road races held here through the city or through the town of Elkhart Lake back in the day. The Elkhart Lake Cup, the Sheldon Cup, and the Kimberley Cup, part of this race weekend every year.
It sounds like Ed Hinsa has exited over in turn 5.
So that would leave 5 cars. And they are pretty well spread out here. Nobody catching anyone else at this rate anyway. As we look at lap times, each of the cars going a little faster or a little slower than the car in front of them. So at the moment, at least, no battles ensuing. The closest battle at the line last time was Marshall Moore and Gary Beresford, separated by just over a second. But at this pace, it looks like that's going to get bigger here, especially if Beresford's trunk keeps popping open.
Adds a little drag.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And here comes Robert Cohen. As he is going to be all the way down to turn 1 before the next car crosses the line. Marshall Moore in the BRE liveried Datsun 510. 17 seconds the interval now, first to second.
Yeah, we are starting to see the lap times come down now. Robert Cohen last time threw a 3:22.736, which their best time, certainly in qualifying a 2:47.24 for Robert Cohen. So we know that that car certainly got a lot more speed in it, but dancing through a little bit of the moisture this morning, damp circuit, green racetrack.
Yep.
Just being careful.
Absolutely. Beresford, the only car who did not improve on his time because of that little loop-de-loop and the trunk flying open. So I think he might have the ability to run down Marshall Moore. We'll see. He's now about 5 seconds behind him. So if he has a clean lap, we'll see what kind of lap time Marshall Moore or Gary Beresford might be able to string together and see if he can make a race of it for the middle step on the podium. The Datsun 510s with a 1.6 liter single overhead cam motor, making just shy of 100 horsepower. The Alfa Romeos, depending on how they shipped from the factory, either a 1.8 or a 2 liter double overhead cam I4, so they rev a little higher. Just past the halfway point. Robert Cohen, the leader from the drop, as he has really put some distance on the field. He comes across the line to complete race lap number 3. Not quite as quick as his best lap, but still plenty of pace in hand. That Alpha, very much the class of the field. Marshall Moore in the first of the Datsun 510s approaches the line. His last lap was his best, but he's 23 seconds adrift of the Alpha. Gary Beresford, as we mentioned, gets back on the pace, turns his best lap as well, but drifts a little further back from Marshall Moore. He's now 8 seconds behind the second place runner. Noah Hurwitz, a late addition to this field in the 681. Just now across the line. Another 22 seconds up the road. Chip Van Sant, also a late addition to the field. In the other Alpha, the 52. About 16 seconds adrift of Noah Hurwitz. Edward Hinsa and Isaac Keeler have both retired after a single lap, so those are the only 5 cars running. Noah Hurwitz in the 681 finally turned a lap a little quicker than Gary Beresford in front of him, but with only 2 minutes left, we'll see the white flag next time by, and that won't be enough for him to catch Beresford for the final step on the podium. But tip of the hat to Robert Cohen. He has really put a spanking on the rest of this field, as that little Alpha has not missed a beat. After 4 laps, nearly 30 seconds in hand over the rest of the field. The white flag has been shown to Robert Cohen. Still waiting on Marshall Moore to make the climb up the hill. But we are on the final lap.
Five-minute call to the grid for the Elkhart Lake Cup. 5-minute call to the grid for Elkhart Lake Cup for groups 4, 7, 10, and 5. Groups 4, 7, 10, and 5. Elkhart Lake Cup, 5-minute call to the grid.
Gary Beresford, Noah Hurwitz, and Chip Van Zandt all turning personal bests on their penultimate lap. The top two have relaxed their pace just a little bit, realizing that they have the situation pretty well in hand. Our leader just now coming through the kink, just as Marshall Moore coming through turn number 8. So that gives you a visual reference on just how big his lead is. It was 39 seconds as they crossed the line to see the white flag. Into Canada Corner for the final time comes Robert Cohen. A flawless performance as he got the jump at the start and hasn't been troubled by anyone in his rearview mirror since the drop of the green flag. He exits the Bill Mitchell bend and into turn 14 for the final time. And up the hill, the number 38 of Robert Cohen. Robert out of Megnow, Wisconsin. Megnow? Megnow? Who knows? A town in Wisconsin. He's a local guy. And he takes the checkered flag for our first race of the day. We promise the rest of the races will be a little more compelling than this one. Not taking nothing away from these 7 competitors who did a great job, but the racing will be a little more diverse and a whole lot more exciting coming up. Marshall Moore out of Heartland, Wisconsin, sees the checkered flag. Margin of victory, 40.905 seconds after 6 laps. Gary Beresford with the closest distance between cars this weekend, or this race, should we say. Beresford in the 08 out of Indianapolis in his Datsun. 10.6 seconds further adrift of Moore to take the final step on the podium. Noah Hurwitz in his 510 comes across the line about 20 seconds adrift in 4th spot. Hurwitz out of San Francisco, California. Long tow for him. And the final car running, Chip Van Sant in the 52. Chip out of Grayslake, Illinois in the other Alfa, the Alfa Romeo GT Junior. Slightly smaller motor than Robert Cowan's GTV, a 1.3 liter twin cam. And he's the last one across the stripe. Next race up, a whole gaggle of cars for the Elkhart Lake Cup. Groups 4, 5, 7, and 10 coming up next. We have a huge field of cars eligible for this race, a total of 88 on the grid sheet. So I'm going to read the grid sheet as they cross the line here. Mark Giroux on the pole in the number 30 Lola T9720. Rob Radman alongside in the number 15 Group 7C Elan Pro. Formula Mazda. Fritz Seidel in third spot in the 02 Carber S2000. James Cope in the number 50 March 79V. Joel Quadracci in car number 48, a Brabham BT29. Michael Popp in car number 13, a Van Diemen Formula Continental. Jeffrey Porosic in car number 11. That's a Lola Sports 2000. Will Thomas in car number 19. Scanning. There he is. That's a Lola T88. 146 is Raymond Hoper in another Lola Sports 2000. Kenny Baum is in car number 97. A Euroswift Formula Ford. Wally Butler in car number 35. And a Taiga. Jeffrey Tillich in car number 36. A Van Diemen. And we have a few changes here as timing and scoring is updating as we go. Looks like Kevin Leparski in the 262. Peter Skokie being shown in the 20. Fletcher Belt in the 39. James Cope in the 50. Frederick Seidel in the 718. Greg Borland in the 001. Joel Cardacci in the 48. Pierce Rader in the 68. Charles Duncan in the 891. That's good to see. Charles was involved in that late incident yesterday. Tim Roberts in the 213. Dave Handy in the 27. Michael Popp in the 13. Grant Greenfield in the 138. Jeffrey Porosic in the 11. Travis Engen in the 1. Robert Burnside in car number 8. David Putz in the 78. Walter Vorath in the 274. Patrick Donnelly in the 16. Matt Daniel in the 26. Raymond Hoper in the 146. Kenny Baum in the 97. Wally Butler in the 35. And despite the fact that all the cars have crossed the timing line and the timing continues to update, we'll sort it out as they come across the line to get the race started, as timing and scoring making some updates as we go here. Yeah, they're doing a split start here. The open wheel cars will get the green flag first, and then the closed wheel cars, some of which are already making for the exits, as there are some closed wheel cars involved in this. We're going to sort this out as the green flag flies. And there it is. It is Rob Radman getting the jump in the number 15 Formula Mazda. Fritz Seidel in the Sports 2, right behind. Then James Cope in the Vintage Sports 2, number 50. Joel Quadracci in the 4th spot. Will Thomas.
Jeff Parasic on pit lane couple of cars coming onto pit lane right at the conclusion there. We'll kind of keep an eye to see if they make the right turn into the paddock area. I would certainly imagine that's the case.
I would guess they probably came out on slicks figuring that the track was dry enough, and then after the formation lap decided not so, and have decided to park it for this one, and save their car for later today.
And it looks like one in the gravel in turn 3.
Yeah, it's one of the Sports 2000s well into the gravel.
And that looks like that would be about axle deep.
Yeah. He's not going to drive out of that one, that's for
they'll
sure.
need some assistance from safety for sure over in turn 3, so we'll have a local yellow over there. Rob Radman up underneath the Corvette bridge already with a pretty nice gap back to second, as they are now at the Corvette bridge now as well.
Fritz Seidel just now coming through turn number 6 with James Cope. Or excuse me, that's Joel Quadracci in the 48 just behind him. As everybody's still feeling out this damp but drying racetrack. Safety truck on the scene of the car spinning off at turn 3. And Quadracci getting past there in the carousel turn. I believe that was James Cope going back around him in the 50 vintage S2.
It appears he may be slowing.
Yeah, very much so. And I don't know if he's slowing because the conditions aren't to his liking, or if he's already developed a problem. Sometimes these old formula cars can be a little tricky in the wet. Ignition gets wet and starts cutting out. Quadracci certainly a veteran campaigner and certainly knows his way around this racetrack. But Rob Radman well out in front here in these tricky conditions.
A little bit of advantage for Radman is he does have the front nose and rear nose, or tail covered with wings, so there's quite a bit more downforce on that Pro Formula Mazda car.
Exactly right.
Yeah, something may be wrong with Joel Quadracci's car, or as John said, maybe not comfortable in the current track condition. Kind of mixed conditions right now with it drying, wet and drying.
Fritz Seidel still in second in the Sports 2. Then the 19 of Will Thomas up into third spot in the vintage S2. Pretty good battle just behind them. Kenny Baum and Wally Butler, nose to tail across the line, a pair of Formula Fs. Kenny Baum in the 97, Wally Butler in the 35. That's a good battle for fourth spot.
It does appear Quadracci has come to pit lane as well.
Yep. The car in the gravel, the 146 of Raymond Hoper, who came across the line in 10th position. And he is just now being extracted. Another handful of drivers making their way down the pit lane, deciding discretion perhaps the better part of valor, as the track certainly will be drying over the course of the day in the group races. Starting with Group 5 coming up at 10 o'clock. Might be a little more to their liking.
Yeah, multiple cars going to the paddock area.
Yeah, but this battle for fourth between Baum and Butler is definitely the one we're watching. They're down in turn number 5 right now. Kenny Baum in the Euro Swift Formula F. Wally Butler in the 35 car. A Lola T640. Wally out of Manitoba, Narol, Manitoba. Kenny Baum out of Appleton, Wisconsin in that Euro Swift.
Down into turn 8 through Hurry Downs.
Actually, the battle just behind them is pretty decent as well. Daniel Ariens in the 127 Club Ford, and Robert Blanchard in the 86 Club Ford, also running close together. So, pretty good pair of open wheel battles. But nobody has anything for the 15 of Rob Radman out of Cedarburg, Wisconsin, in that Formula Mazda.
46 cars retired to the paddock area via the Turn 5 access. And a whole host of cars in this group. Either not making the call or pulling to the paddock rather quickly.
Of the 89 cars that were eligible for this, 16 have elected to stay out and play. Rob Radman has already reset fast lap of the race at 2:35.9. Fritz Seidel, everybody setting personal bests, obviously, on that first lap. Fritz Seidel setting a personal best on his second lap at a 2:55. So 41 seconds after 2 laps, the interval first to second. In fairness, in these multi-class races, they are all racing against the other folks in their same class, so our top 3 are all leading their respective class. The first real class battle is the one we've been following for 4th between Kenny Baum and Wally Butler. The Euro Swift versus the Lola for Formula F. James Cope in the Vintage S2, number 50, in the 6th spot. And then the other battle we've been looking after is Robert Blanchard in the number 86. Crosley, Vintage Formula F. And Daniel Ariens in the 127 out of Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, also in a Crosley. So intramural Crosley battle there. Another good battle, Tim Holland in the number 12. Tim out of Brighton, Michigan in his Lotus Formula B. Benjamin Holzem in the 31, just behind him, less than a second at the line. Heather Barron, the last car running in the 821. Her club Ford in 14th position. And she's in a pretty good battle with James Buchanan in the 66 Vintage Formula Ford. Yeah, car off just at the exit of turn 3. I believe I heard them say that was the 127 of Daniel Ariens.
Very much could be. Also did make contact with the tire barrier and bounced out, but that's exactly what the tire barrier is designed to do, is cushion the hard hit.
Meanwhile, Kenny Baum and Wally Butler continue their great battle as they've been locked together since the drop of the green. And that battle down in turn 14 right now. Baum in the Euroswift, able to hold off the Lola of Butler, at least at the moment. And here they come to the stripe. Butler pulls alongside. Let's see if we got a pass for that position. It would be for the lead in the Formula F class and 3rd overall. Butler to the inside, and he sweeps around the Euroswift. And closing quickly behind them is James Cope in that Vintage S2, number 50. Is Cope getting a little more comfortable in the conditions? That's Swift DB2. Dave Brunn's first Sports 2000, and it was a very successful battle as well, following up on his DB1 Formula Ford. And there goes Cope. making the move on Wally Butler and the run down to turn 5. So he is sandwiched in between those two Formula Fs. So Cope up to 4th. Kenny Baum still in the 3rd spot, looking for the overall podium. Again, as the track dries, I think these drivers getting a little more comfortable. There goes Cope around Kenny Baum as well. So James Cope up to 3rd overall now, and he can set his sights on Fritz Seidel. It's going to be a long way. Baum was some 40 seconds, almost 41 seconds behind Seidel at the end of the last lap. But a little deeper in the pack, Doug Bruce and James Buchanan, and a pair of vintage Formula Fords having a good battle as well.
About 6.5 minutes remaining here in the Elkhart Lake Cup. Of course, these cup races are named after the same cups that were run on the streets of Elkhart Lake. Of course, did the road course reenactment yesterday afternoon, part of the Elkhart Lake Vintage Festival weekend, Ariens Art on Wheels weekend. How about some of those brass era cars at the concourse yesterday?
Beautiful.
Beautiful
Absolutely
cars.
beautiful. We
I think my favorite, honestly though, my favorite still was the two-tone Nash.
Yeah.
That was a gorgeous car.
That's a nice car, no doubt. Well, you can vote for People's Choice, I'm sure. So hopefully you had a chance to catch the Concours judging yesterday. They'll be happy that it was yesterday instead of today, so they don't have to wipe the raindrops off their cars.
That in itself is a labor of love when you have a car.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So Rob Radman really putting a spanking on the field in that number 15, Elan Pro Mazda.
This is a good story for Rob. Rob's had some engine problems in both this car as well as their other Atlantic car, but it's a good story for Rob to finally get out, get on the racetrack, and put down some solid laps. This is good learning. It's track time, never a bad thing.
You betcha.
Graduate of the Road America Kart Club.
Right.
So great to see.
He has intimate track knowledge.
Absolutely.
Let's put it that way.
Great to see Rob having a good day today.
Yep. But definitely the class of this field, a minute and 20 seconds was the interval first to second after just 4 laps. And it's certainly bigger than that now. Fritz Seidel in the 0-2. Carber S2000. Comfortably in front of that battle. James Cope, after getting around the 2 battling Formula Fords, up into 3rd spot now, with Wally Butler and Kenny Baum continuing their race-long battle. Tim Holland and Benjamin Holzem also. With an equally good battle for 7th and 8th. 2 different classes, however. Tim Holland in a Formula B, Benjamin Holzem in a vintage Formula Ford. But in these damp conditions, sort of erases the difference. Heather Barron and James Buchanan have gone a lap down to our leader. Fritz Seidel just now coming across the line, a minute and 30 seconds behind Rob Radman, with about 2.5 minutes remaining. So I'm guessing we'll see the white flag the next time Rob Radman comes by. James Cope still in that 3rd spot, 53 seconds behind Seidel. And Rob Radman just about to lap the third place car. He is closing quickly on James Cope. And he's so far out in front that they have not yet shown the white flag. So we'll go around one more time. And Radman will lap all but the second place car in the course of this one. Total of 26 cars came out to take the green, take the grid, their grid position, but only 16 of them elected to continue. And a couple of those, Joel Cardaci and Bill Wallenslager, dropped out after a single lap. Raymond Hoper, of course, that spin off into turn 3 on the first lap, didn't complete a single lap. The Butler-Baum battle coming to the stripe now. Actually, that's Tim Holland and Benjamin Holzem, sorry. And then right behind him, Fritz Seidel, the second place runner. Terry Schulke in the 84, running in 9th spot. As our leader, Rob Radman, approaching turn 14. White flag in the air. As the next car across the line is the third place car, who is now a lap down. So Rob Radman lapping everybody but the second place runner in the course of 7 laps. Wally Butler has not come by, so he may be off or has elected to. Yeah, there he is in the pit lane right now. So he'll take the white flag in the pit lane. At this point, still shown in 5th spot, but he'll be overhauled by several cars. As Kenny Baum all by himself now in 4th.
Group 6, 8, and 9, the Sheldon Cup. Sheldon Cup, 5-minute call to the grid. Sheldon Cup, 5-minute call to the grid. 5-minute call to the grid for the Sheldon Cup.
The only class that is contested in this Elkhart Lake Cup with all of the withdrawals. Benjamin Holzem leading vintage Formula Ford in the 31 over Terry Schulke by about 11 seconds after the last lap. Doug Bruce, another 22 seconds up the road in the 271. James Buchanan, a further 9 seconds up the road in the number 66. All the rest of the classes not contested. As cars running in singleton classes, Rob Radman has seen the checkered flag. as the balance of the field at least one lap down, with the exception of Fritz Seidel. James Cope in the 50, taking the honors in Vintage Sports 2. Fritz Seidel, assuming he can complete this final lap. Here's Cope making it official. Fritz Seidel will take the win in the Sports 2 class. Kenny Baum will take the honors in Formula F. Robert Blanchard will come home in 5th spot in the Club Ford winning car. Tim Holland in 6th in the Formula B, number 12. Benjamin Holzem in the 31. Vintage F honors, Terry Schulke in 2nd, with Doug Bruce rounding out the 3rd place position in Vintage Formula Ford. Kenny Baum sees the checkers to solidify his 4th place finish. 1 minute and 50 seconds adrift of the leader.
Race fans, don't forget, renewal pricing ends today for the 2023 season passes here at Road America. $490 for the renewal price. Early bird pricing starts tomorrow. $520 for season passes. If you wait until January, $645. So get it now, $490 for renewal pricing for the 2023 Road America season pass.
And just to make it official, the margin of victory for Rob Radman, 2 minutes, 11.618 seconds. I think with one more lap, he could have lapped the field. 8 laps he and Fritz Seidel turned were the most. Everybody else 7 or less. The Sheldon Cup for sedans, groups 6, 8, and 9. The vast majority of these cars from Group 9, or at the front at least, and then Group 6 cars, the big thundering V8s for the most part, but got plenty of noise coming up in this next Sheldon Cup race. And we'll see how many come out to play. Those big high horsepower cars are kind of a handful on a damp track, so some of these drivers may elect not to play until the track gets a little drier than it is right now.
Don't forget to stop by the Paddock Shop for official Road America apparel and souvenirs, located across from Victory Lane. The store features an amazing selection of hats, shirts, toys, gifts, unique artwork, furniture, and much more. If you're looking for an affordable place to stay for the races, well, why not stay here at the track? Whether you need lodging for one or a group, we have the best options for race fans. It'll save you time and money when visiting us here at Road America. Check out roadamerica.com/lodging for availability and pricing. Attention race fans, when you see a Chevy accessory that you want, you can order it online, even right from your phone, and have it delivered to your local Chevy dealer or your home. It's that easy. Visit Chevrolet.com/accessories to learn more. And you can connect with Team Chevy on the social channels. Check out photos at Instagram at Team Chevy, on Twitter at Team Chevy, or visit the Team Chevy Facebook page. It's a great way to stay connected with your favorite Chevy teams and drivers. Racing at Road America on this Ariens Art on Wheels weekend, brought to you by Yamaha, the industry-leading power sports company. From motorcycles, ATVs, and side-by-side vehicles to power products and much more, Yamaha revs your heart. For more information, visit YamahaMotorsports.com. Catalyst Exhibits is a sponsor in the official exhibit and design service of Road America. If trade shows and events are part of doing business, Catalyst designs, builds, and executes in-person experiences that can accelerate your brand into the winner's circle. Follow the link on the Road America website to get started. Henry Repeating Arms offers a huge selection of rifles and shotguns that any outdoorsman or hunter will be proud to own. With a factory right here in the great state of Wisconsin, all Henry firearms are proudly made in America or not made at all. Visit them online at henryusa.com to order a free catalog and 2 free decals. That's henryusa.com for your free catalog and decals.
This next Sheldon Cup race, 106 cars on the grid sheet. Surely not all of them will show up. While we have a moment, we'd like to thank all of the VSCDA sponsors for supporting this weekend. Collins Classic Automobiles, Haggerty Vintage Motorsports Insurance, Donato & Sons Aluminum Trailers, Sport and Specialty Restorations and Vintage Racing, North Shore Sports Cars, an authorized Morgan dealer, thanks to Michelle Norb, Next Gen Head Neck Protection, National Exchange Bank and Trust, and Leah Bauer of Northern Chill, America's Water. Historic Sports Car Racing, part of this weekend, thanks to David Hinton and John Duna. All the women of motorsports in North America, Lynn St. James, Cindy Lux, who couldn't be with us, Sabra Cook, Victoria, Barb, Connie, thanks so much for helping out this weekend. And of course, all the folks at Road America, all the workers, safety crews, and the VSCDA volunteers, from registration to tech to timing and scoring. Thank you so much for making the Ariens Art on Wheels Vintage Weekend a possibility. James Cope, the first we see in the number 121 Audi. Lance Wiskirchen there with him as well. As the field works its way down the pit lane, we'll sort them out. Again, with 106 on the starting grid, we'll sort them out as they come across the line at the start rather than attempt to read all 106 names. Tom Bleeker and his Mustang Fastback, among others. As we suspected, the couple Le Mans prototypes near the front of the field elected not to come out and play. Wallace Owens, or Kevin Owens, not sure who is driving the Audi RS3 at the top of the field. Number of cars that we saw in the VSCDA race, the very first race of the day, taking part in this one. Philip Taxman in that beautiful 64 Jag XKE. This big field working its way through Canada Corner. And beginning the climb up the hill. Couple of Audis at the front. And the green flag flies for this 18-minute race.
High horsepower car, Lance Wiskerson, that purple Ford Mustang on pit lane.
The 82 Porsche also electing not to play. Damon DeSantis and his 911 RSR.
A little bit of moisture right on the racetrack edge, right before the grass on the painted line. So a couple of cars kind of go over that little bit of a puddle that was still kind of on the side of the race course there. Going down to turn 2. Got a couple of cars that have spun down in turn 3. Waiting to rejoin.
Looks like the 711 of Lee Milazzo has taken over the top spot in his Riley Mark 23, but we'll see if that holds as they make their way across the line. Randy Rosenthal in the number 84 GT1 shown as second across the line, but again, scoring still scrambling to catch up with the change in the order here.
Of course, that Riley for Lee Milazzo, one of the very early Daytona prototype in the Grand Am series before the remerger of IMSA.
This one is a 2009. Basically, it's a kind of a reissue that Riley and Scott make available as a track day car. Adam Rupp up to second in the GT1 number 701, his Ford Mustang. Yves Kamama being shown in third in the 152. Porsche 911 RSR, Fritz Seidel. Just behind him in the 721 Porsche 911 RSR. Brian Carlson in car number 8. That's a Chevy Camaro as the high horsepower car is coming to the fore. Kenneth Greenberg in the 836 Porsche 911. George Ballback in the number 0 Porsche 911. Mike Fisher in the 121. That's the first of the Audis that started on the front row. And Ben McGraw rounding out the top 10 in the number 89 car. That's another Porsche 911. But Milazzo out in front by about 3 seconds over Adam Rupp in the GT1 number 701. Milazzo out of St. John, Indiana. Adam Rupp out of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Yves Kamama, also a local driver, I believe. Oh, no, he's from Cincinnati. My bad. In his Porsche 911.
From your neck of the woods.
Yeah. Good battle at the front. Milazzo and Rupp separated by just a few car lengths. As that Riley prototype And the big thundering GT1 car, Adam Rupp, was in the thick of the battle in his race yesterday, the Group 9 race.
A couple of cars going off on the backside of the race course, having an off and on.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that anybody is stranded at the moment. Everybody's able to continue.
Grip at somewhat of a premium. Tell by this shot from the walkover bridge on the front straightaway. That definitely a dry line here on the straightaways is developed. Corner's still going to be probably a little bit more dry on the racing line just with the heat from the tires, but straightaways will take a little bit longer to dry all the way across.
As we're completing race lap number 2 for the top 6. Closest battle is the one at the lead, the one we've been watching between Lee Milazzo and Adam Rupp. Two very different race cars. As they're coming down the hill toward turn number 5, and they've got about a 14-second lead over Fritz Seidel.
Got a car that made looks like maybe some contact to the driver's left wall on the front stretch just beyond the pit entrance. Just shy of the bridge in turn 14 or on the main straightaway. So
yeah, and that car is stationary now.
Yeah, so they're sending safety from 12. That looks like a Golf liveried car, perhaps. Either the Camaro or the Porsche, one of the two. And it looks like there's a wheel off of the car, perhaps.
So maybe broke a hub down in 14.
Very possible.
Hit the curb a little too hard.
Multiple cars coming to pit lane here. Multiple cars coming to pit lane. Adam Rupp with the fastest lap of the race. Last time through.
I think it's
full course yellow. Full course yellow has been declared.
I think it's Brian Carlson.
That would be the Camaro.
Yeah, is the car that's dropping down the timing and scoring order. He and George Ballback did not come by.
You see Carlson looks like, yeah, definitely made some contact with the barrier. Looks like the tire may be laying over in the grass just before the pit in. Car definitely looks down in the left front. Looks like where the damage is.
I wonder if he got off in the grass and then contacted the pit wall right there,
likely.
and that's what knocked that wheel off.
It's really easy to push the exit. You get off the rumble strips on the exit of 14, get off in the grass, and you're just a passenger at that point with the wet grass today.
Absolutely, yeah.
So full course yellow here in the Sheldon Cup with about 10 minutes remaining.
So yeah, we're missing three cars that didn't, in addition to Carlson, that have not yet come by after completing the first lap. George Ballback in the 0, Jonathan DeGainer in the 911, and Darren Bosell in the 36 have all not come by start finish just yet.
Pace car has the field over in turn 3, headed towards Sargento.
As the field packs up, Lee Milazzo is your leader. And the number 711, Riley. Second spot to the 701 of Adam Rupp in his Ford Mustang. Fritz Seidel in the 721 in the Porsche is third. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, while we have a moment here, just going to do this real quickly. 10-minute call for the Kimberley Cup. Groups 1 and 3. Groups 1 and 3. Kimberley Cup. 10-minute call to the grid. 10-minute call to the grid.
Yves Kamama currently in the fourth spot in the 152. Kamama out of Cincinnati in his Porsche. Kenneth Greenberg in the 836. Out of Park City, Utah in his Porsche. Mike Fisher in the 121 Audi. Ben Robertaccio in the 129 Porsche 914-6. Ben McGraw in the 89 Porsche 911 RS. Matthew Getzinger in the 731. And Dean DeSantis rounding out the top 10 in the 331. The field well strung out. We understand we're going to see the checkers here with 6 minutes or so left. And we still got some recovery work going on with several safety vehicles on the racetrack. Just as the hill gets steep, right past the pit entrance. So an eventful start for the day here in the Sheldon Cup. As this dry-ing racetrack catching a couple drivers out. And the starter shows the checkered flag to Lee Milazzo. He'll take the win. Right behind him, the 701 of Adam Rupp. Then the 121 of Mike Fisher. 721 of Fritz Seidel. Yves Kamama in the 152. I think some confusion as there's two 121s in the field. The other one, Wallace Owens, in the Audi. Ben Robertaccio in the number 129, 914-6. Ben McGraw in the 89. Matthew Getzinger in the 731. And Dean DeSantis in the 331, your top 10 for the Sheldon Cup. One more Cup race, the Kimberley Cup, for the pre-war and Group 2 and Group 3 cars. That'll be fun to watch coming up next. 5-minute warning's been given to the grid for our final Cup race, the Kimberley Cup, for groups 1, 2, and 3. Cleanup work still continuing here just past the pit entrance. So this next group for the Kimberley Cup, groups 1, 2, and 3. Group 1, of course, the pre-war group. Then we have the older 1950s through 1963 vintage production-based sports cars and similar vintage of sports racing cars. Nicholas Clements in the 81 comes across the line. 58 of Marcus Cookie there as well. Scott McQueen in the 106. Robert Wagner, Michael Manser, Jim Perry, Tony Drews, as the field makes its way across the line. A total of 49 cars eligible. A couple Porsches on the front row, looks like. But we'll reserve judgment until they come around to take the green. The 188 Sprite of Tom Cole, a little reluctant to start as his crew members pushing it down the pit lane, trying to get it to fire, and it is not cooperating. Sadly, the pit lane is a little uphill, which makes that job even harder, despite the fact that that's not a huge car. Robert Wagner's Healy 3000 in the front of the field with Nicholas Clements alongside in the number 81 Porsche. Marcus Cookie and Scott McQueen sharing row 2. McQueen in the Austin Healy 100-6. So a couple big Healys and a couple 356 era Porsches in the first 2 rows. Michael Manser and Jim Perry in the next row. Manser in the 403 Austin Healy 3000, well represented at the front of the field. Jim Perry in the number 1 Volvo P1800. Field behind the safety car coming down into Canada corner as they begin to form into lines of 2.
This is a pretty good battle up front yesterday between Colin Comer and George F. Ballback, and we're happy to see those two gentlemen at the front part of the field here again.
Actually, I don't believe either of them took the line. Comer did not come across, and Ballback also did not. So Would that they were there, but I don't believe that's going to be the case. As this field, well formed, begins to climb up the hill as the safety car pulls into the pit lane. 18 minutes for our final Cup race, the Kimberley Cup. And there's the green.
Comer on the outside of the front row, and ball back right behind him.
You're absolutely right. What do I know? Nicholas Clements in row 2 with Scott McQueen. Marcus Cookie and Jim Perry in row 3 as they make their way down into turn number 1. Comer with the lead. George Ballback right behind him as they go over the Ariens tunnel and head down toward turn number 3. Ballback ducking to the inside. And he takes over the lead.
Made very quick work of Clements and Comer. A little bit faster work than yesterday.
Yep.
He struggled to get around Colin Comer yesterday.
Yeah, Clements and Comer now side by side as they head down toward turn number 5. Ballback out in front.
Of course,
Comer into second, then Clements.
Group races still yet to come today.
Scott McQueen in that 106.
Comer up to second, around Clements.
And the Big Healy and the Volvo through turn number 7. Ballback well out in front, down into turn number 8, but a good battle for second between Colin Comer and Nicholas Clements. Jim Perry's Volvo right up there with Scott McQueen in the 106. Is that group of 5 already? And here comes Nicholas Clements alongside Colin Comer. A little better top line speed down in the Kettle Bottoms, and he'll take the point as they exit Canada Corner. The Healy and the Volvo duking it out for 4th and 5th. Bright sunshine now on the racetrack, and it's drying quickly. So by the time we get into our sprint races, we should have, for all practical purposes, a pretty dry racetrack. Ballback across the line to complete lap 1. Clements and Comer duking it out for 2. Comer with the better aerodynamics of that Sprite, able to pull alongside as they come down toward turn 1. Clements on the inside. And he'll keep it. Comer follows him through. Scott McQueen in the Alpha, Jim Perry in the Volvo, your top 5. Bit of a gap back to Robert Wagner in the 50 car. Wagner in the another Healy 3000, the blue and white one. Here comes Colin Comer again. This battle with Nicholas Clements is a dandy. They've swapped positions multiple times here in the course of a lap. Comer dives down to the inside, but a little better on the brakes is Clements, and he's able to hang on to that position. Not far behind Scott McQueen in that Alpha, in that Austin Healy, I should say, and the Volvo P1800 of Jim Perry. Marcus Cookie up to 7th spot over Christopher Candy in the 134. Tony Drews and Michael Manser, your top 10. beginning to spread out just a bit as they make it through the kink. We'll see if Colin Comer can run down Nicholas Clements here in the run down to Canada Corner. He was able to do so a lap ago, but this time not the case. Clements hangs on to that lead. So a pair of 356 Porsches at the front right now. Last lap by, Ballback had about a 3-second advantage over Nicholas Clements. We'll see if their lap times are converging or diverging. Across the line they come to complete race lap number 2. Clements sets fast lap of the race in the early going and closes down to 2.6 seconds. Colin Comer less than a second behind in the third spot in the Sprite. Scott McQueen and Jim Perry already across the line. We expect Marcus Cookie next in the, no, it's Robert Wagner, excuse me, in the 50. In the other big Healy, Marcus Cookie back to 7th. Michael Manser not that far behind them in the 403 Austin Healy 3000. Christopher Candy in the 134 Porsche 356. And Tony Drews in the 95, rounding out the top 10. Drews in a Triumph TR4. All these cars in the top 10 from Group 2. Only one Group 3 car in the field. That is Lester Nadell in the number 59 Kellison J5 Roadster. The second place battle is still the best one on the racetrack. Clements and Comer nose to tail down in turn 8 as they head under the Speedenville Bridge. Differing lines. Comer able to maintain a little tighter line as Clements' car wants to drift a little bit wide. Comer getting a good run now. Clements going a little defensive in the run down to the kink, not letting Colin Comer get inside of him. And they've pretty much left Scott McQueen and Jim Perry in the Alfa and Volvo. As the second place battle down into Canada Corner, much closer than it was a lap ago. I think as Colin Comer and Nicholas Clements continue to battle, they are drawing a little bit closer to our leader. It was 2.6 seconds a lap ago as they come along to complete race lap number 3. George Ballback turns up the wick, but it's down to 2 seconds now. And Colin Comer sets fast lap of the race as he's 0.8 behind Nicholas Clements. So the two Porsches being shown up by that little Sprite. Behind this top 5 battle, Marcus Cookie has retaken 6th spot over Robert Wagner. Michael Manser and Christopher Candy. Tony Drews still in 10th. Run down to turn 5. Colin Comer right on the back bumper of Nicholas Clements. Comer holds fast lap of the race. A 2:45.8 on lap number 3. Just about 6.5 minutes remaining. Scott McQueen drawing away just a bit from Jim Perry in the Volvo 1800. At the line, they were about a second and a half apart. But the compelling battle is the one for second. Comer able to snuggle up right on the bumper of the Porsche as they exit the carousel turn.
Nothing better than a sunrise over the kink.
You betcha. You betcha.
If you haven't been back there yet, take the new trail between turns 13 and the backside of the Motorplex. It's a little bit elevated view of the kink and Kettle Bottoms area, but it's absolutely gorgeous this time of the day.
And I'll tell you what, these two racing each other are closing down on George Ballback. Ballback jumped up to a pretty comfortable lead after a couple laps and looked like he was going to run away with it. As Nicholas Clements goes a little wide at turn 14, that's going to open the door for Colin Comer.
Well, we saw this yesterday with Ballback and Comer's battle where Comer just was fighting and fighting and fighting, and Ballback slowly started to fade away towards the end of the race. You wonder if the front tires just kind of overheat a bit and car starts to slide around and not able to make as good a corner entry, and you start to slow your speeds down where Comer really had more of the rear tires hanging out most of that race yesterday, but you kind of wonder if that's kind of a condition of Ballback's bathtub Porsche where it's just a little bit slower through the center of the corner as the tires heat up a bit.
I think you're absolutely right. Colin Comer resets fast lap of the race as he was a nose ahead of Nicholas Clements at the line, and they are side by side in the run down to turn number 5.
So Comer doing the same thing to Clements that he did to Ballback yesterday, just right there in the mirrors the whole way through. Comer is ahead going into turn 5, but Clements will have the inside line, and Comer wisely just lets him go.
And the Porsche should be a little better on the brakes. We talked about that yesterday. The weight distribution alone gives the Porsche a little bit of an advantage. But Colin Comer fights right back at the top of the hill. They're side by side, exiting 6.
Go the long way around in turn 7, and Comer shuts the door on Clements. So Comer back to second.
So coming down to Hurry Downs toward turn 8.
3.5 minutes.
Clements might have the advantage. He throws it down inside.
Oh, late break. Very late break for Clements.
And he gets it done. He sends it. We'll see if he can keep the lead. This is a spot where Comer has been extraordinarily strong.
It's like some lap traffic ahead between themselves and the leader.
Yep, they're catching up to the back of the pack. George Ballback already putting the trailing car a lap down. We believe that to be Lester Nadell in the 59 Kellison.
Should be coming to the white flag this time through.
Yeah, clock counting down to about 2.5 minutes, I should say.
Comer side by side with Clements into 12 and wisely backs out, lets Clements have the corner. Yeah, we talked yesterday about the Porsche just being a little bit taller and wider than that Sprite, and that car very slippery, being smaller, and kind of tuck in and take that draft a little bit. But I think it's a little too late as Ballback kind of set sail here again and has started to draw away from these two because they've been battling side by side.
Exactly right. The white flag is in the air. George Ballback the first to see it.
Lotus Super 7 now in between the two. Clements and Comer side by side at the stripe again. It's a good battle here.
You betcha. Comer on the inside as they head down toward turn 1. Ballback already through. Comer hangs on to the inside. Clements tries to stay with him going around the outside. They're still side by side over the Ariens tunnel. Still side by side as they head down to turn 3. Comer has the inside line.
That shot really gives you a look at the size difference of those two cars.
Exactly.
Clements pulls ahead by a car length as they head towards Sargento now.
Under the bridge and the long run down the hill.
Comer going to go to the inside this time. He was on the outside last time through. Comer now on the inside tighter line. He's going to have to go a little bit deeper on the brakes, I think, into turn 5. He's ahead at the Marine sweep. Clements winds it, crosses over underneath Comer, but Comer able to scoot ahead underneath the Corvette bridge. Colin Comer with the advantage by about 2 car lengths, and that right rear hangs out a bit on that 62 machine. Driving clinic here by Colin Comer both days, yesterday and today.
Yep. Yeah, both these drivers to be commended. They're racing close but fair.
And Ballbach yesterday with Comer.
Yeah, exactly right. Down into turn 8 they come. Nicholas Clements sort of lurking there. I'm guessing he's going to send it at Canada if I were a betting man.
Comer did not get a good drive out of 8, and Clements right on the back bumper.
Yep. If he can stay that close, he might be able to outbrake him down into Canada. It's through the carousel they come.
This is where Comer's got a little bit of an advantage through the center of that corner. There's not as much top-heavy rotation on that Sprite. So,
correct.
So it's not as lumbering through that long right-hander.
Yeah, this may give him the advantage he needs. Yes, he's got a pretty comfortable advantage now as they flash under the camera. And the run down to Canada for the final time. He's got some traffic in front, which changes his line just a bit, but I think Colin Comer's got the breathing room he needs to bring it home in second spot. Nicholas Clements getting balked just a little bit, catching the traffic at just the wrong place. But no such problems for George Ballback as he climbs the hill, the starter with the checkered flag in hand. And the green number 0 of George Ballback takes the win. After a race-long battle, Colin Comer coming home in second spot, and the Sprite Nicholas Clements, a hard-fought third. There's the 106 of Scott McQueen taking fourth place honors in the Big Healy. Jim Perry in the Volvo fading a bit in the late stages of the race after hanging right with McQueen in the early going, but well out in front of Marcus Cookie, I believe. So the P1800 of Jim Perry.
By the way, Group 5.
Line.
Group 5, this is your 5-minute call. Group 5, 5-minute call to the grid. Group 5, 5-minute call to the grid.
Marcus Cookie takes sixth place honors. Michael Manser getting up into seventh in the 403. So a good day for the Healy 3000s. James Cope in the 50. Just across the line. Christopher Candy in the 134 and John Salisbury in the 34. Your top 10. Looking at any of the contested classes in 2C, George Ballback, your winner by a lap over Steve Jacobson in the 33 and Chuck Rydberg in the 74. In 2B, Nicholas Clements winning over Jim Perry and Tony Drews in the 95. In 2A, Scott McQueen with the victory over Marcus Cookie and Michael Manser. John Salisbury taking the win in 2M over John Bauer. And the final contested class, the 2D category, Colin Comer taking the win over Leah Bauer by a big margin. John Daniels finishing third in 2D.
Quick Trip convenience stores and racing in Road America. It sounds like a perfect match for race fans. With over 400 stores in Wisconsin, Quick Trip has you covered with fresh bakery, grocery items, produce, take-home meals, and freshly prepared hand-breaded fried chicken made right in the store. Quick Trip also carries all your favorite beer brands and offers the lowest legal beer pricing at 24 and 30 packs. Quick Trip, they've got you covered. If you like things that go fast, you should try the Absorber. Nothing dries your car faster. It's available where better car care products are sold, including the Paddock Shop right here at Road America. If you need assistance with your vehicle, Wisconsin's premier towing providers, Fox Cities and Finish Line Towing, provide 24/7 towing and recovery, battery service, lockouts, tire changes, jump starts, equipment hauling, private property towing, and much more. Their fleet of over 50 trucks have cutting-edge recovery equipment, allowing for a safe and fast pickup and drop-off. Call Fox Cities and Finish Line Towing, your official towing provider of Road America, for a clean and professional service that's done right the first time. And remember, slow down and move over. Good times are about cars and bikes and hanging with people who love them, right? Well, our partner Haggerty feels the same, and that's why they've created insurance that gives you the best track day and off-track protection, including your trailer. They take another lap, making it easy for you to connect with other enthusiasts, offering tons of automotive content, including action-packed videos, forums, vehicle values, even a virtual garage for your dream cars. When you're not on the track, check out Haggerty.com. Welcome, race fans from all over the world. Lakeside Pepsi, proud to be the official soft drink sponsor of Road America. Quench your thirst with assorted Pepsi products available at all concession stands. Pepsi, the official soft drink of Road America. Race fans, be sure to make a pit stop at your local grocer's freezer to pick up the official pizza of Road America, Palermo's Pizza. Whether you choose Palermo's, Connie's, Screaming Sicilian, or Urban Pie, it's sure to satisfy. Made in Wisconsin for over 55 years. Palermo's, the official pizza of Road America, and Wisconsin's hometown pizza. Keep your hearing safe. Soundhouse safe. Soundhouse, the official hearing safety partner of Road America. Visit Soundhouse next to the Paddock Shop or one of the vending machines for your hearing safety gear. Sargento, the official cheese of Road America, invites you to enjoy a delicious Sargento cheddar cheeseburger today at any nearby concession stand. Race fans know the best cheese is real cheese, any way you slice it. Sargento, we're real cheese people.
And our first sprint race of the day getting underway now as Group Race 4, Group number 5. These are FIA World Manufacturers Championship prototypes. 30 cars eligible to take the start. This is usually one of our better races on the weekend. Brian French will start in the outside of row 15 in his Ralt C Sports Racer. Next to him will be the 26 of Matthew Getzinger in a Carber Sports 2000. The only USRRC car in the field is the 145 of Floyd Stable in a Genie. Next to him is the 92 B Sports Racer Chevron of John Ricci. The Taiga Vintage Sports 2 of Mark D'Ambrosio is in car number 81 in row 13. Next to him, the Lola Vintage Sports 2 of Ron Suave in car 25. In row 12, the 070 of Randall Alexander in a Sports 2000 March, followed by the C-Class Lola number 10 of James Cullen. Vintage Sports 2s, a pair of the Lola Vintage Sports 2s in row 11, Raymond Hoper in the 146, and Mike Caskey in row 19. Walter Vorath is in the number 274 5D Lola. Next to him is the B Sports Racer Chevron of Dave Putz in car number 8. In row 9, Jeffrey Parasic in car number 11 of Vintage Sports 2 Lola, and the Sports 2 Swift of Joel Quadracci in car 44. In row 8, Tim Roberts in the Lola number 213 Sports 2. Yet another Lola Sports 2 is Charles Duncan in the 891. Greg Borland is in car number 1. That's one of the two Shadow Can-Am cars in row 7. Next to him is Andy Jacobs in the 34 Lola Sports 2000. The Sports 2 Carber of Frederick Seidel in row 6 in the 18 car. Next to him, the Swift Vintage Sports 2 of James Cope in the 50. Moving forward into row 5, Peter Ascookie on the outside in his Swift Vintage Sports 2 number 20, and the Chevron Class B car of Josh Bowler in the 119. In row 4, Kevin Leparski in his Carber Sports 2 number 262, and the 89 of John Boxhorn in another Carber number 89. Moving forward to row 3, the 98 of Skip Pfeffer Skips in a Lola T8790. Next to him, Avery Stuckert in the 131 Carber CS2. In row 2, on the outside, Fritz Seidel in the 02 Carber, alongside Jeff Miller in the 0 car. That's the B Sports Racer Lola with the Kohler power plant. Jason Miller will start outside of row 1 in the Thundering Shadow Can-Am car, number 101. And your pole sitter, the number 46 of James French, in that C Sports Racer Swift. As the field works its way through Canada Corner behind the safety car.
Lights are out. Back half of the field still unscrupulously spread out through the kink yet. Last car just going through the kink now, and the field is already coming through Thunder Valley behind the safety car. So back half of the field going to be kind of strung out here. A little bit of a split field per se.
James French not at the front of the field, although he's showing up on the grid sheet. That car moved to Group 9 yesterday. So Jason Miller and Jeff Miller will have the front row. It's a family affair. Safety car pulls off. Miller versus Miller on the front.
Realistically, shouldn't even be a challenge for Jason.
I should think not, if yesterday was any indication. As the other Can-Am car right up behind him, Greg Borland in the other shadow. So Jeff Miller being sandwiched with a pair of shadows. Jason well out in front. Jeff hanging on there in second spot. Then Borland. And then right behind him, Josh Bowler in the number 119 Chevron.
And here would be the balance of the field.
The second wave, the Sports 2000s, as they come across the line.
Nicely done on a self-split without the second pace car.
You bet. Avery Stuckert leading the way. Kevin Leparski right alongside. They had a great battle yesterday. Looking for more of the same today. Meanwhile, at the front, not much drama. Jason Miller disappearing into the sunset. But Greg Borland and Jeff Miller having a good battle for second and third. Borland having gotten around Jeff Miller. Jeff Miller now shuffled back to third. Josh Bowler in the 119. Walter Vorath in the 274. Next in the order.
Jason Miller's off in turn 8.
That turns the lead over to Greg Borland.
Sounds like Jason Miller trying to get that UOP shadow back underway. Is slow to driver's right, entering the carousel. Very easily maybe stuck in gear. Those gearboxes were a little bit notorious for that.
Yeah, a bit of an Achilles heel for that car.
Looks like the car kind of coming up to speed now. Just in front of the second wave. That's how far back he dropped.
Meanwhile, the battle at the front. As the shadow holding off the challenge. Very different exhaust note. Jeff Miller's two-stroke Kohler. Walter Vorath up into third spot now as he got around Josh Bowler. So Vorath taking over third spot. Bowler in fourth. James Cullen up to fifth spot. Then David Putz in the B Sports Racer. And here comes the second wave cars of Sports 2000s. The 131 of Avery Stuckert leading Fritz Seidel, but only by a third of a second at the line. Jason Miller did come across in ninth, so we'll see if he can get that car sorted work his way back forward. Meanwhile, at the front, Greg Borland continuing to draw away just a bit from Jeff Miller. Jeff Miller, a multiple national champion in SCCA competition, and the former corporate pilot for Kohler. Son Jason, following in father's footsteps. Those two really out in front of Walter Volrath in that Lola T290 European 2-liter sports car. I'll tell you what, Jeff Miller is hanging right in there. He is not letting Greg Borland get away. Son Jason was quite a bit handier at the front of this field yesterday and able to draw away to a pretty comfortable advantage. But Greg Borland not quite as quick in that car. Jackie Oliver and George Fulmer were the factory drivers for that Shadow team. It was the last year of the Can-Am in 1974. Josh Bowler has retaken third spot from Walter Volrath, as those two have swapped that position on successive laps as we're working race lap number 3. James Cullen in the 10, a distant 5th. Avery Stuckert and Fritz Seidel still leading the Sports 2 wave, 6th and 7th. And they are quicker than James Cullen and Volrath, so they might be able to interpose themselves up into the top 5. The top 3 in the Sports 2 wave, Stuckert, Seidel, and Skip Pfeffer.
Jason Miller on pit lane with a 101 car.
Yeah, separated by just over 0.2 of a second, so that's a good battle. There it is, the thick of that Sports 2000 battle, working their way down the line. Seidel in the 0-2, right behind him, Skip Pfeffer. And David Putz not that far behind. Oh, and they spin. That's the 30 going around, I'm pretty sure.
Andrew Jacobs is wide into turn 5 to try to avoid the mess.
Yep.
Right on the apex curb there.
Yeah, sitting counter race on the curb. That's James Cope, who spun in reaction to the activity right in front of him. Greg Borland and Jeff Miller across the line. Jeff Miller sets fast lap of the race, closing down to within a second of Greg Borland. So we'll see how that shakes out as we still got 10 minutes to go here. Then the 119 of Josh Bowler in the red Lola. Walter Volrath in the Kodak livery number 274. James Cullen being reeled in by Avery Stuckert and Fritz Seidel on the last lap. Cullen in that number 10 Lola T70. Stuckert and Seidel locked together with Skip Pfeffer just a click behind. Yeah, the 10 car of Cullen has dropped all the way back to 12th as the S2s have overwhelmed him. Following this lead battle, Stuckert in front of Seidel as they make the run down toward turn 5. There's that battle right at the apex of turn 5. Skip Pfeffer in the 98, just about a second or so behind. That's the race leader, George Borland, closing up on the back of that top 3 in Sports 2. Borland leaving Jeff Miller pretty much in his wake.
Miller, though, the quickest time in the session, though, at 2:20, 4:66 last time through.
I stand corrected. I misidentified that car. That was not George Borland because he has just come across the line, and Jeff Miller about a second and a tenth behind him.
Last time Greg Borland was about a tenth quicker than Jeff Miller. Good to see Walter Vollrath in that 4th spot.
Actually, that's Jason Miller that I saw. Jason, after making a call to the pits, got that car repaired, and he is back underway. He's a lap down, but is flying back toward the front of the field. He said, I thought that was a shadow. He is just past the leaders.
Only the shadow knows.
Yeah, exactly. Just past the leaders of the S2 wave of Stuckert and Seidel, but again, is a lap down. So I'm guessing Jason Miller will set the fast race lap this time by as that shadow is back up on song. About 7 minutes remaining in this one. Avery Stuckert with Fritz Seidel glued to his gearbox.
Sounds like there might be some debris dangling off the back of Jeff Miller's Zero Kohler-powered Lola. Keep an eye on the Zero machine.
That's him just disappearing from view there at turn 8, just as the leaders in the Sports 2 wave come into view under the Speedville Bridge.
6.5 minutes remaining now. Well, 2 or 3 laps remaining.
Yep. Stuckert getting a good run through the carousel that time, able to open up a little breathing room. Battle at the front stays within a second, 7/10 between Jeff Miller and Greg Borland. And interesting, in the run through Kettle Bottoms, Fritz Seidel able to make up the ground that he lost through the carousel to Avery Stuckert. That battle at the bottom of the hill once again is nose to tail. Jeff Miller quickly closing down, or excuse me, Jason Miller quickly closing down. And indeed, he does set fast lap of the race, a 2:09.9. He is just about 19 seconds, 18 seconds quicker than the leader, Greg Borland. Excuse me, 12 seconds. My math is off, but still substantially faster. Sports 2 battle we've been following all race long. Easily one of the best on the racetrack, if not the best. 0.2 of a second at the line. Frederick Seidel in the 18 and Kevin Leparski in the 262, equally close. Down the hill comes Stuckert and Seidel under the Speedville Bridge.
Big slide for Avery Stuckert coming out of the exit 8. Saw the rubber being planted down.
Andy Jacobs in the 34, not really a factor here, was back in 17th position, and he is rolling down the pit lane.
John Boxhorn just spun on the backside of the racetrack and got back underway.
Traffic a factor for our overall leaders as Borland and Miller come across the line, both setting personal bests. Borland a 2:18.4 on that last lap.
I believe Fritz Seidel just got back by Avery Stuckert on the exit of 13. Stuckert's rear tires quite abused. Swings wide in 14 on the exit as well. Got another car coming to pit lane. I believe that's Josh Bowler, perhaps.
I don't think so. I think this Bowler, well, we'll see. It might be. Bowler was a bit adrift of this battle. There's Bowler across the line, so he's
That's
still
Skip Pfeffer, the 98.
Skip Pfeffer, you're right. You were right. It is Josh Bowler. I should never doubt you, Eric.
Indeed. The 119 of Josh Bowler on pit lane. It's okay. I doubt myself all the time. So. I always say I made 30 years of experience of mispronouncing names as well. So it's par for the course.
There you have it. Down the hill toward turn 5. We expect to see the white flag next time by. Fritz Seidel goes a little wide at turn 5. That's going to give a little breathing room to Avery Stuckert as Stuckert right on his gearbox. Now Stuckert goes wide at the top of the hill at turn 6. These two drivers pushing hard.
First call to the grid for Group 10. First call to the grid for Group 10. Group 10, first call to the grid. Stuckert and Seidel still having quite the nice little tussle here, but very honestly, I think Stuckert's rear tires are buzzed quite considerably after the last 2 laps.
Last race of the weekend, probably on the same set of tires. Through the kink they come. And they are closing down on Walter Volrath, who's only about 7 seconds in front of them. Meanwhile, the white flag in the air for our top 2. Fritz Seidel with maybe a 3-car length advantage as they exit turn 14. There's Volrath. And there's Seidel. Probably won't be able to catch him unless Walter has a problem. So has Avery Stuckert been holding a little in reserve here after being passed a couple laps ago? Perhaps he'll have a go here somewhere on the last lap.
Jeff Miller has taken the lead from Greg Borland.
Borland must have had a miscue at some point because Jeff was about 2 seconds behind him as they crossed the line to see the white flag.
You know, Corner Network just reported that the 0 was the new leader. So don't see where where they are right now in the carousel.
Yeah, there's a
monstrous lead for Jeff Miller now.
So clearly Greg Borland had an off course at some point. Either that or the car has dramatically slowed for some reason.
And I believe that the word slowed dramatically applies through 13. It seems to be back up to speed now. Looks like he and Jason Miller were playing.
Yeah, they're nose to tail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He pulls over to let Jason go.
A photo finish. Jeff Miller sees the checkers. Jason Miller across the line, albeit a lap down. And Greg Borland across the line as well. And here comes the battle between Seidel and Stuckert. Seidel still with the advantage. Walter Volrath just now climbing the hill. These two won't quite catch him, but with one more lap, they certainly would have. But Fritz Seidel, after making the pass a lap ago, is able to hang on to it. And he comes across the line to take the honors in Sports 2000. Avery Stuckert finishing second. Margin of victory for them, 0.4 of a second. Skip Pfeffer inheriting the third place in the Sports 2 class. Kevin Leparski will take fourth, fifth to Frederick Seidel. Good day for the Seidel family. There's Peter Escookie in the vintage S2 as the leader in that class. John Boxham rounding out the overall top 10. Formula V's next up. And Formula V's next up from Group 10. Two drivers who did not start yesterday's race, the number 34 of Ryan Buckley and the 175 of Mark Silverberg. Paul Bastier starting 19th in the number 16 car, McNamara Sebring. Glenn Lang in the 132 Lynx Formula B. Next to him in row 9, the 182 of Thomas Gill in a Zinc C4. Edward Smith in the number 56 Zinc C4. And the 81 of James Gaffney in a RCA, Race Car Associates, built in California. In row 7, the 71 of Robert Blaney in a Form Car Formula V. Next to him, the 23 of Jeff Janis in a Lynx B. Row 6, William Gill in the 07 Zinc C4. And the 5 of Michael Westerfield in a Caldwell D13. In row 5, the 115 of John Hartsgaard in a Formula Junior, kind of an unusual car. Next to him, David Crosby in the number 86 Formula V. That's a Zinc. In row 4, Guy Dennehy in car number 33, a Lynx. And alongside him, Brian Stasinski in the number 84 in a Lynx. Row 3 has Joseph Stiefel in the 77 Lynx. And Bill Stasinski in car number 21, also a Lynx. Jack Heidemann is in row 2 in car 66 in a Zinc, and Ron Price in car number 868 in a Lynx. And finally on the front row, car number 9 is Alex Moranto in a Lotus 18 Formula Junior, and Eric Kopic, your pole sitter, in car number 92 in a Lynx B, 1969 vintage. Eric out of Findlay, Ohio. Kopic about a second a lap quicker in that number 92 car. Alex Moranto, though, in the Lotus 18. About a half a second faster than Ron Price in the 868 Lynx. As you heard, the vast majority of the cars in this field, either Lynx or Zincs. The Lynx built by Bill Riley and John Mills back when they were both employees of Ford Motor Company. Ed Zink, a race car designer of significant repute back in the day. The Zink C-Series winning 10 runoffs. The outliers in the field, the RCA, the Race Car Associates, as we mentioned, a very rare Formula V built in California. The Form car was sold as a kit car out of Florida. A total of about 75 of them ever got shipped. The McNamara Sebring we talked about yesterday, a Green Beret who raced Formula Vs when he was stationed in Germany, had Dan Hawks design the Sebring Mark I and built in his shops, I believe, down in Florida. Ray Caldwell was the designer of the Caldwell D13 that Michael Westerfield is driving. That was the 75 car was his last Formula V design. The Lotus 18 was available from Lotus as a Formula 1, a Formula 2, or a Formula Junior. As the green flag flies, Ron Price at the front with Eric Kopic right next to him. Alec Morano in the Lotus, not taking the green flag. So Kopic and Price in the two Formula Vs at the front. Kopic maintaining that lead. Price getting shuffled back to about fourth through turn number one. Jack Heidemann in the 66, Bill Stasinski in the 21, giving chase to our leader, the pole sitter, Eric Kopic. This was a good race yesterday. Kopic was well out in front, but a good battle right behind him.
You had a good battle with Priest, both Stasinskis,
Yep.
Stifle, and the whole field was just kept swapping the second through fifth position for about 3 or 4 laps in a row.
Yep. But right at the moment, Kopic not getting away on the first lap here.
Coming around in turn 5. And that was Guy Dennehy.
Yep. Dennehy went around, but has continued. He'll pick it up at the back of the pack as we've got 2 distinct packs going on. But this battle at the front is a good one. And then a 4-car train just behind them for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And a bit of a gap back to the second draft.
Which is a little bit how we saw it yesterday. We had
kind of broke into two
Kopic by himself, and then second through fifth, kind of all in a tight bunch, and then the balance of the field strung out a bit.
But at least in the early going here, Kopic not getting away to the extent that he did yesterday.
Quite a bit of pressure for Kopic here.
Yeah, down into Canada.
Widening out the apex. Very late apex entry for these cars because of the skinny tires.
Yep.
Trying to maximize cornering speed, trying to keep the car as straight as you can for the longest time.
All about momentum. As they work their way through the Bill Mitchell Bend complex and into turn 14.
A little bit of a gap now.
Kopic showing a little smoke on that hard right-hander at turn 14. I don't know if that was tire smoke or maybe oil sloshing over on that side of the cylinder bank on the
these are
boxer board.
Volkswagen, so it wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Exactly right. Here they come. Kopic with the point. And right behind him, Jack Heidemann, then Stasinski.
3 wide at the stripe.
Stasinski, Price, and Stifle with Brian Stasinski. So both Stasinskis in that second draft.
And they're still stacked up 2 by 2 now.
Yeah, 2 by 2.
And Priest again shuffled to the back of the line. We saw that at the end of yesterday's kind of tussle as well. He just kind of ended up at the back of that grouping.
Yeah, now he's up at the front of that grouping. The actually the green of Brian Stasinski up at the front. Meanwhile, the leaders, Eric Kopic beginning to stretch it just a little bit, but Brian Stasinski leading his brother or father, I'm not sure what their relationship is, Bill Stasinski. Joseph Stifle, Ron Price bringing up the rear. Side by side for 4th spot. As Brian maintains the advantage.
Swings wide to the rumble strips.
And he might get overhauled on the run up to the Carvet Bridge.
That's a very rough ride with skinny tires and very stiffly sprung suspensions on these cars. That'll rattle your teeth a bit.
That's Joseph Stifle up behind Brian Stasinski. Meanwhile, the battle at the front stays nose to tail.
Kopic seems to be a little bit slower between 5 and the carousel. Heidemann seems to be just a little bit quicker. But then you get towards Canada Corner and through Thunder Valley, it's where Kopic really kind of starts to pick up a little bit of a gap on the exit of the carousel and on flowing through. until they get back to 5 when Heidemann seems to kind of catch back up, so to speak.
Stifle in the Szynski sandwich as Brian in front of Bill. And Stifle looking to make a move here as they head down into Kettle Bottoms toward Canada Corner. Fanning out 3 wide, now 2 wide. Bill Szynski right behind Stifle. Brian on the outside now. And that's going to open the door for
that Stifle.
Stifle, I think, with now the Szynski brothers or the Szynski pair side by side. Still side by side. Now it looks like Bill has moved up into that 4th spot.
Yes, now it looks like it's Stifle, Bill, and then Brian.
Now Bill and Brian side by side once again. Brian back to the front. Good battling, as we have seen. This was one of the best races of the day yesterday, and it is not disappointing today either. The leaders across the line. Second place, Jack Haldeman sets fast lap of the race. Heidemann, excuse me. The Stifle Szynski side by side. Brian with a nose ahead of Bill. Price getting around Stifle. Stifle getting shuffled to the back. Michael Westerfield in kind of a lonely 7th spot. Jeff Janis, Edward Smith, William Gill, Guy Dennehy all in a bunch. James Gaffney right there at the tail end of that. Glenn Lang falling off the back of the field in the 132. He's the one who spun down there at turn 5.
Glenn Lang across the stripe there, the 132, running 13th overall.
The Szynski's going after one another. As Brian with the lead in the run down to turn 5, but Bill pulling alongside. Brian in the green car, Bill in the purple. Now Brian is behind Bill.
And Stifle there to just try to pick up the pieces at this point.
As he gets around Ron Price to move back up into 5th spot. These 4 will swap those positions multiple times before this one is over.
In the hurry downs now. Kopic, your leader, with Heidemann in 2nd, already chasing well into the carousel. And then this grouping is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th into Speedville. Bill leading Brian, and really wide entries into the carousel for these cars.
Yep.
And they're about a car length or a car width and a half off the bottom, which traditionally see everybody pretty tight around the grass there in the carousel. But these cars hanging out a little bit wider. Good look at your leader, Kopic and Heidemann.
Right together. As they come down into Canada.
Kopic a little bit quicker in the straight line, which this is the part of the racetrack where you want to have that that advantage.
Yep.
Because you are coming to the straightaway. Bill, Brian, and Stifel's trying to pull a little bit of a gap here to Price now.
Yeah, Price falling off the tail end of that 4-car train just a little bit.
And report is that the smoke that we're seeing out of the 92 of Eric Kopic does smell of oil. Not a surprise. Again, Volkswagen engines.
These are air-cooled Volkswagen motors.
Notorious for that.
Yep.
Not something atypical.
Side by side coming to the line. 3 wide coming to the line.
And
I take that back.
Stifle going for the lead of that pack to go up to 3rd on the inside. Still 3 wide as they head towards the braking zone into turn 1.
Brian had a nose ahead over Bill, then Stifle, then Price. The climb up the hill on the final lap is usually pretty entertaining. It's not uncommon to see a Formula V finish 3 or 4 wide at the line. As this quartet fans out to now 3 wide. Brian Stasinski getting a wheel off in the grass on the run.
And Kopic, it looks like, has surrendered the lead into turn 5 under braking.
He has. Jack Haldeman's taken over the point.
Good battle into the Moraine sweep here into turn 5.
Brian Stasinski in front. It looks like that was Stifle up just behind him, but that's not over yet as they stay 2 by 2 in the climb under the Corvette Bridge.
10.5 minutes in, 7.5 minutes to go.
Looks like Stifle may have gotten to the point here. We'll sort it out as they come back into view. Brian's or Bill Stasinski back into third in that battle.
Yeah, Stifle looks like he's in control of the group now, for the moment.
Yeah, for this turn.
Yet.
Yeah. There are 14 turns on this racetrack, and that battle can change at every one of them. Carousel's pretty much a single file affair. Here come the leaders. Haldeman. Oh, no, excuse me. This is that same 4-way battle. The lead battle with Haldeman now is about 10 seconds up the road from this group. There they are. Heidemann with your point. Kopic giving chase.
And that motor could be getting a little tired. It's been a long weekend.
Yep.
And a 4-way battle for second or third spot into 12, and it looks like Brian is in the lead of the group now.
Back to the front. Yeah. This is the battle for the final step on the podium. Eric Kopic not giving up the ghost, however, as he stays right on the back of Jack Heidemann. And pops out in the run to the line.
Battling for the purple lap here, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Side by side, and Kopic back to the front by the slimmest of margins. We'll see if he can hold it in the run down to turn 1. Once again, the Stasinskis side by side in their run to the line, with Bill just a nose ahead of Brian.
Tell you what,
Kopic has retaken the lead.
That's going to be a great family photo there.
Exactly. Kopic retaking the lead over Heidemann. Yes, I think Kopic's car a little better on the long straightaway.
Coming to the white flag this time through. So this the penultimate lap here. And looks like Stifle has gotten around Brian into turn 1 through turn 2 across the Ariens Tunnel towards turn 3 now. So Kopic back in front of Heidemann. Lead into turn 5 now under braking.
Should see the white next time by about halfway through this lap as they climb the hill toward the Corvette Bridge. We wait for the inevitable battle for third. And there they are. Looks like Brian out in front of, or excuse me, Bill out in front of Brian, but he goes a little wide.
Bill goes wide.
Here
comes wide up the hill.
Price ducks to the inside to take advantage. Price might lead this battle, and he does at the exit of turn 6 for the first time.
Price may also be saying, I've seen this movie before.
Exactly. We've been concentrating on this battle. I don't want to take anything away. Michael Westerfield and Guy Dennehy are locked in battle for 7th and 8th. And then a little further up the road, Edward.
Oh, Bill! Bill went on the inside, had the line, took over third spot, and then drifted wide and right back into the 6th spot now. Was up to 3rd, back to 6th. Bill got way wide into turn 8. There's your leaders right there. Coming into Kettle Bottoms to Canada. And Kopic's got to hold him off for one more circuit.
I was just saying at the back of the pack, a great 3-way battle between Edward Smith, William Gill, and James Gaffney, as they were almost 3 abreast coming to the line on the last lap. But we are coming to the white flag. Eric Kopic only surrendered the lead for about a lap and then was able to get it back from Jack Heidemann, but clearly they're so closely matched. Anything can happen on this final lap. Up the hill they come with the white flag in the starter's hand.
Underneath the bridge, the TireRack.com WeatherTech Starters Bridge. White flag is out. Final trip around the National Park of Speed here for Group 10. Don't forget for touring participants, your mandatory drivers meeting coming up at 11:15 in the touring paddock. So if you were signed up for the touring here at lunch, your drivers meeting is at 11:15.
Almost 4 wide across the line for this third place battle. Brian Stasinski will get the credit for third place on that lap. Bill Stasinski, Ron Price, and Joseph Stiefel in that order.
Bill, Brian, Price, Stiefel. As it goes into turn 1, absolutely across the Ariens tunnel.
And a change for 7th. Guy Dennehy finally able to take over that 7th spot from Michael Westerfield, who falls back to 8th.
Stiefel trying to put a little bit of pressure on Price into turn 3. Battle for the lead. Separated by a half a car length. Now with these cars, it's really a car length. On the exit to turn 6. Just that slight mistake 2 laps to go by Kopic to surrender the lead for a moment. But back in position. Bill, Price. Looks like Stiefel going to be side by side now at the top of the hill at 6 to Fireman's Hill with Brian Stasinski, and Brian going to find himself back to 6th.
Actually, I think that's Stiefel at the front. We'll check it as they come down to turn 8. We get a little closer look. I think Bill is in the 3rd in that group, but I might be mistaken. I have been before.
Purple is the color for Bill, and that does appear to be a purple car out front, as best we can tell.
Purple, blue, they're sort of similar.
Ish.
Here they come down to Canada for the final time. Let's see if Heidemann's got anything for Eric Kopic.
Well, you got about 30 seconds here. If you're anywhere in the paddock area, it's probably a good time as any to crawl up on the pit wall here and take a look at the start-finish line, because that battle for the 3rd through 6th spot, I have a feeling it's probably going to be a photo finish.
Yeah.
Just a hunch.
I think the lead might well be the same as well. Here they come. 2 wide, 3 wide for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
So it's Bill, Price, Brian, and Stiefel. Kopic has about a 3-car length advantage coming to the bottom of the hill underneath the bridge.
I don't think Heidemann can do it.
No, I think that lead has settled down for Kopic. He'll take it. And here we go. Bill, Price, Brian, and Stiefel. Now they've broken apart 2 and 2.
Bill and Brian going side by side.
Price and Bill side by side. Price going for it, and I think he might pip him here. Here comes Brian to the inside.
It's Bill.
Bill and
Price and Brian and Joseph Stiefel in that order. Let's see.
Flip a coin there.
Yeah, less than 0.2 of a second separating the 4 of them.
0.03 of a second to be exact between Price and Brian. And another 0.09 of a second between. Oh, excuse me. Yeah.
Bill in front by 32 thousandths of a second. Brian another 99 thousandths back, and Joseph Stiefel a whopping 0.167 behind them. So what a great battle. Guy Dennehy, after taking 7th spot, holds on to it over Michael Westerfield, and an equally good finish for William Gill, as he takes the 9th place honors over Jeff Janis by just over a second. James Gaffney finishing in 11th. 12th goes to Edward Smith, and Glenn Lang bringing up the final spot in 13th. Good race for Formula V, as it always is.
If you've been watching on our YouTube channel, thanks for tuning in on this Sunday.
Jack Heidemann set the fast lap of the race on the final lap, but came up about 1/4 of a second short of denying Eric Kopic the win. Want to give a big thank you to the Vintage Sports Car Drivers Association sponsors who make the weekend possible. Collins Classic Automobiles, Haggerty Vintage Motorsports Insurance, the Donato & Sons Aluminum Trailers, Sport and Specialty Restorations and Vintage Racing, Michelle Norb at North Shore Sports Cars, Next Gen Neck Protection, National Exchange Bank and Trust, and Leah Bauer at Northern Chill America's Water, HSR, thanks to Dave Hinton and John Duna for taking part in it. All the Women of Motorsports drivers here this weekend, and the Road America crew, including their safety workers, all of the VSCDA volunteers from registration to tech to timing and scoring. Thank you all for making this weekend possible. Denny Wilson out in front in his Lotus Super 7. George Ballback alongside the 73 of Matthew Getzinger. Colin Comer once again in the Sprite. Then the 81 of Nicholas Clements. The 42 of Robert Van Zandt. The 106 of Scott McQueen. The 58 of Marcus Cookie. The 10 car of Brad Tank. The 95 of Tony Drews. The 134 of Christopher Candy. The Sports Renault of Jacob Miller. The 317 of Ryan Murphy. The 622 of Jeff Lombard. The 13 of John Daniels. There's the 97 of Mark Alexander. Looks like the 72 of Mal Fay, the 33 of Steve Jacobson. The 141 of Tom Daly. There's the Falcon. The 60 of Rick Gorolnik. A late arrival, the 331, just now coming across the line. That's Dan Powell in his Healy 3000. Rick Gorolnik in the Porsche 356. Lester Nadell in the 59. But Denny Wilson, George Ballback, Matthew Getzinger, Colin Comer, Nicholas Clements at the front. We've already gotten a taste of what that group has to offer in the Cup race earlier today. Scott McQueen in that 106 Healy 3000, Marcus Cookie and another of the 356 Porsches, Brad Tank in the number 10 MGB, Tony Drews in the 95, Triumph TR4, Christopher Candy in the 134 Porsche 356, Jacob Miller in the 112 Sports Renault, Robert Wagner in that number 50, Austin Healy 3000, Jeff Lombard in the 622, Austin Healy 3000, Leah Bauer in the 107, MG Midget, John Daniels in the 13, Austin Healy Sprite, John Bauer in the 07, Austin Healy Bug-Eye Sprite, Mark Alexander in the 97, Triumph TR4, Mal Fay in the 72, MG Midget out of Eden Prairie, Minnesota, Steve Jacobson in the 33, Datsun SPL 310, 311 I should say, sorry. 331 of Dan Powell, Phil Schaefer in the number 2, Tom Daly, William Demarest, Lester Nadell, Rick Gorolnik, Ryan Murphy, the last of the field. Denny Wilson was pretty comfortable out in front in yesterday's race. We'll see if he can repeat the favor here today. We already know what George Ballback can do. But Colin Comer, always the X factor in that little number 62 Sprite. Here they come to the line, and there's the green flag. Denny Wilson and George Ballback set sail. Colin Comer already up to third. Ball back right on the back of Denny Wilson. George feeling his oats here after winning the earlier race, and he ducks to the inside using the superior braking on that Porsche.
And you thought there was a size difference between the Porsche and the Sprite earlier in the Cup race. The Lotus Super 7 even smaller than the Sprite.
Weighs about 1,000 pounds. Down the hill they come. And Denny Wilson back to the front, but Colin Comer's right there in third.
That's the low rotating weight on the outside of a corner for Denny Wilson. He was just able to kind of hold the power a little bit longer.
Oh, yeah.
And a little bit more horsepower, power to weight ratio, really, for Denny Wilson.
Ball back goes a little wide as he tries to outbrake, and that's going to open the door for Colin Comer to get up to second.
And Getzinger in there, too. And that was kind of the battle we had yesterday was Comer, Balbach, Getzinger, and Clements. In the mix. Hurry downs for the first time here in groups 2 and 3D. So Denny Wilson setting sail in the Mecum Auto Auctions Lotus Super 7. Very quirky little car.
It is indeed. Denny Wilson beginning to draw away from Colin Comer just a bit. Getzinger in the 731. George Balbach right there as well. As Denny Wilson stretching it just a bit here down into Canada. Getzinger and Balbach side by side. Getzinger with a nose in front. Balbach coming under pressure from Nicholas Clements. Where have we seen that before? John Salisbury right there in the thick of it, though, as well. In that 34 Sprite. Here they come up the hill. Wilson, Comer, Getzinger, Balbach, Clements, and Salisbury.
Getzinger looking to driver's left. Now we'll cross over to driver's right into turn 1, filling the mirror of Colin Comer into turn 1. And Comer able to skip ahead.
And Balbach right on the back bumper of Getzinger as they make the run over the Ariens tunnel.
Getzinger cost himself a little bit of the run momentum by kind of crossing all the way over, scrubbed a lot of speed from driver's left to driver's right, and it cost him on the entry to turn 1.
Yep, and that allowed Balbach to outbrake him into turn number 3, and so Balbach now up into third, for the moment at least. But Getzinger right behind him, and then a little bit of a gap back to Nicholas Clements. Scott McQueen in the 106 Healy 3000, John Salisbury in the 34 Sprite as an early call to the pits for the 60 car of Rick Gorolnik in the Porsche 356.
As a reminder, if you're participating in track touring at lunch hour, you've got a mandatory drivers meeting in 5 minutes at the Touring Paddock. Touring Paddock, mandatory drivers meeting, 5 minutes at 11:15. If you're participating in the lunchtime touring, mandatory drivers meeting, 5-minute call.
By the way, Scott McQueen's is a Healy 100-6, the predecessor to the 3000. But Denny Wilson beginning to get away just a bit. Colin Comer and George Balbach, though, having a great battle for second. As Matthew Getzinger falling off that battle just a bit. Balbach thought about stuffing it down to the inside at the kink. Ill-advised move, I would say. Colin Comer with the measure of him through Kettle Bottoms, but as we have seen, the Porsche's really good on the brakes down into Canada Corner. The Sprite and the Healy 106 just behind those two battling. Colin Comer has really been punching above his weight all weekend long. As George Ballback swings to the inside. Up the hill they come. Ballback maybe with a nose ahead as they approach the stripe. But once they get fully up to terminal velocity, Colin Comer able to take advantage of the aerodynamics of that Sprite. And should have a nose ahead by the time they get here. We'll see if Ballback, nope, Ballback able to make it happen.
Ballback a little bit deeper in the brakes into turn one that time. I think Comer realized that being on the outside there from a turbulent standpoint, probably just wiser to be a little bit more patient into turn one.
Getzinger and Clements equally close together in the battle for fourth and fifth. But while all that's going on, Denny Wilson disappearing. Here comes Colin Comer once again down to the inside as they make the run under the Sargento Bridge, looking for the advantage down into turn number 5.
There's Denny Wilson through the apex of 5, and Comer
Gets it
sends
done.
it on deep, but it's going to run a little wide. Ballback tries to do the crossover, and Comer elects to run right up the middle of the road.
Not giving him that inside line into turn 6.
We're noticing how long the mirror is in that 62 car. It's almost the entire passenger side of the cockpit. Now, it's not a very wide car, so that's a pretty big mirror for that car. But nevertheless,
Ballback throws a dummy and then stuffs it down to the inside at turn 8.
Goes deep, swings wide. Comer on the crossover. These two have been having fun all weekend long. And Ballback shades to the left. A little bit of a Pruitt fade there.
And as they're duking it out, that's allowed Getzinger and Clements to get a little closer. Maybe making it a 4-way battle before too much longer.
This has been a great weekend with those two. I know Colin's disappointed he doesn't have his GT1 Mustang here, but got to say, he must be having a lot of fun in that car this weekend.
I'm thinking there are big smiles under the crash helmets of both those drivers. This is what vintage racing's all about, is having a good time.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah.
This has been fantastic to watch.
Yeah.
Truly entertaining.
There goes Comer to the inside at Canada, late on the brakes. But
Ballback at a crossover here to the inside to the right-hander at the start of Thunder Valley and back in front of Comer.
And here comes Getzinger and Clements closing up on those two.
Getzinger in the green car, Clements in the black car.
So a sea of Porsches and Colin Comer in the Sprite. The Lotus, of course, well out in front. Denny Wilson.
An aero draft stream and snake off of 14. From the exit of 14 on the outside to the wall on the inside.
Ballback's trying to break the draft.
Comer's going to the inside. And they're side by side towards turn 1. Comer with the advantage to the inside with the lighter, nimble roll center.
Scott McQueen in that 100-6 finally got around
Comer back in front.
John Salisbury, so McQueen up to 6th.
And that opens the door for Getzinger to show the nose to Ballback.
Nicholas Clements just waiting there to see if anything happens, and he'll be there to capitalize. Colin Comer with the point for second place. Ballback now having to keep his eyes on his mirrors as Matthew Getzinger looking racy.
Getzinger is going to be Colin Comer's best friend, I think, right now, trying to just irritate George Ballback in the mirrors, make him focus out of both ends of that race car, and Comer can kind of put his head down here and try to scamper away if he can.
There's McQueen and Salisbury.
Ballback and Comer kind of pulling away from Getzinger and Clements now. Getzinger under pressure from Clements. And the same story there. Nick Clements going to be George Ballback's best friend.
Ballback does not throw the dummy this time. Stays single file. Right on the back bumper of the Sprite as they go under the Speedville Bridge. Colin Comer's car has been really good through the carousel. But this time, George Ballback staying right with him.
Again, we talked a little bit about that earlier in the Cup race, how that Sprite can have a much lower roll center.
Sure.
And those bathtub Porsches sit pretty high.
Yep.
By comparison. little bit higher roll center. So going through the carousel with all that load to the left front, Comer will have a little bit of an advantage coming out of the carousel or through the carousel, but those Porsche 356s have a ton of maneuverability with their braking and just such a stable platform.
And I think Clements got around Getzinger. We'll see how that sorts out.
I do believe that is correct. Clements into that fourth spot. Indeed. Through 14 is Denny Wilson now, the Mecum Auctions car. 7 minutes remaining here in Group Race 2 and 3D. Comer puts a little bit of distance off a ball back here on the straightaway, which is a little surprising. Which, again, we saw that yesterday a little bit. And we saw it again this morning. The ballback kind of had to cool those tires a bit.
Yep.
Pushing hard kind of heats those front tires up, and then that Porsche becomes a little bit more unbalanced. It's almost like he sits and waits and lets those tires cool off for a lap or two and then goes back on the attack like right now.
Yep. Here he comes down to the inside of turn 3.
Try to get the car to cut to the inside and can't do it. Comer shuts the door.
Meanwhile, Getzinger looking to retake 4th spot from Nicholas Clements. Can't quite get it done. But still 7 minutes, a little less left to go. Here comes Ballback, going to try to go the long way around at turn 5. Colin Comer goes a little wide, opening the door for Ballback to get up to the inside under the Corvette bridge, and not quite. Has to follow back in single file. Getzinger falling off the back of Nicholas Clements as Clements beginning to draw away. But the battle for second continues to be a good one. Clements all by himself now as he is really drawn away from Matthew Getzinger. But George Ballback has Colin Comer in his sights. Tries to get to the inside. Comer fading to try to deny him that inside line. Late on the brakes is Ballback. Takes over the spot, but does he go wide? Opening the door for Comer, and he does not. Ballback up to second. Into the Bill Mitchell bend. Comer right on his tail. Denny Wilson through 14. Up the hill he comes. Ballback and Comer locked together through 14 up the hill. Nicholas Clements and finally Matthew Getzinger.
And Ballback leading the draft right off of turn 14, almost like he was going to pit lane. That's how abrupt that change was. Comer to the inside, the driver's right. Down the straightaway, Comer side by side, a little bit of a wave as they go through towards turn 1. This is fantastic this weekend. This group has been my favorite group all weekend long.
No question.
No question. This has been a fun group to race with. Ooh, side by side, door to door there. Ballback did not give an inch. That car was so many inches wide, and there was an inch or two extra, and that was it for Colin Comer to try to keep that car stuck to the bottom. But Ballback still hanging on to second now, and Comer tucks back in.
Might see the white flag next time by. We'll see. Here comes Comer around the outside. He'll have the inside line down into 5. Ballback right on his quarter panel as they come down into the braking zone. Comer fading. A little Stewart, a little bit of Scott Pruitt fade there, and then up the hill.
Ballback charging back, middle of the road. Comer by about a car length and a half into 6.
Denny Wilson disappearing from view.
You know, Comer almost opened the door on the exit of 6 there. Let Ballback get to the inside in 7. That's that corner side by side at turn 7 is just as hairy as going side by side in the kink.
Yep.
It's no narrower or wider than the rest of the racetrack, but it just feels like you come to a certain point where side by side there is just not ideal.
Yeah.
Comer trying to stretch that Sprite's legs out a bit here on the exit of the carousel, but Ballback really does a nice job of kind of just playing with the throttle and hanging with Comer here on the exit to the kink. Danny Wilson going to get the white flag this time by.
Here comes Ballback.
Comer drifts to the middle of the road. Ballback even further to the right and side by side, and Comer opens the door and lets Ballback stay door to door through Thunder Valley. Comer really trying to stick it on the outside and the first right-hander and gets back out in front of Ballback on the left-hander. Back to the right-hander to 14. Comer is going to swing wide and Ballback dives to the inside of the late maneuver there, and Comer shuts the door. What a great set of corners. Ballback hanging the left rear out on that Porsche on the exit of 14. One more trip around for groups 2 and 3D. This has been absolutely fantastic.
Great battle here. And it's not yet over. Nicholas Clements solidly up into that 4th spot as Matthew Getzinger dropping back to 5th. Here they come down into turn number 1. Maybe 3 car lengths for Colin Comer. But he's driving it hard right out to the edge.
And he takes a very defensive line, going to make Ballback look to the outside into 3. This is going to give Ballback a really good apex exit for 3, but Comer able to pull ahead here on the straightaway.
Comer giving a little weave to Ballback, repaying the favor as they come under the Sargento Bridge. Denny Wilson comfortably in front. And then the second place battle. Ballback going to go the long way around down into turn 5. Not quite able to do it, but he does try the crossover. Doesn't quite have enough momentum as they climb the hill to turn 6. Denny Wilson catching the back of the field, so he'll have a little traffic for this final half lap.
Comer did not get a good exit off of 6. Ballback was about 3-4 car lengths behind, and now right back to the back bumper of Colin Comer.
Comer staying on the racing line. Ballback following him as they come through turn 8. Comer goes a little wide. Ballback a little tighter.
Both of them laid tire tracks down in the exit of 8. Ballback going to go wide in the carousel here.
Late apex. He's going to try to get a better run off the carousel into the kink.
And that's been working for him the last couple of laps. He's been able to stay with Comer and get to him by 12.
They've got traffic in front.
This traffic may be helpful for Comer. Where they're going to catch at the Kettle Bottoms here.
That's the Kellison they're going around. The leader's already passed the 2 traffic. Comer and Ballback have both gotten around him, so they're good. Into Canada for the final time. Comer in the middle of the road.
Swings it in hard right into Canada corner.
Oh, the Kellison goes a little late on the brakes, but manages to get it done.
Denny Wilson's going to be at the apex of 14 here momentarily. Comer's got the lapped car in front of him. Slowed him up just a bit. Swinging through his Ballback side by side out of 14, and Comer had to shut the door very abruptly around the lap traffic. Wow.
Here they come. Ballback goes to the inside, up the hill. Comer trying to force him into the grass.
It's a drag race up the hill here for Ballback and Comer. Wilson with the win. Who's it going to be? I think it's going to be Ballback here maybe.
Side by side. Ballback by about a wheel. Yeah.
Wow.
What a great race.
What a great finish for Ballback, though. Just kind of hung off in the weeds. That lapped car slowed all the momentum that Comer had.
32 thousandths of a second.
Wow, what a finish here in Groups 2 and 3D. Even in the Cup race this morning and even in Group 2, 3D, the sprint race yesterday afternoon, those two guys put on a whale of a show. I don't have any say in the matter, but if I had to vote for the Sportsmanship Award of the weekend, those two by far would have it.
That's an easy.
They raced door to door easily for the 21 laps that they raced this weekend. in the 3 races.
Yep.
Easily. Never touched.
Yep.
And were able to battle like that, bar none, class of the field of the weekend.
No question.
What a great show
No
by
question.
Colin Comer and George F. Ballback. What a great race.
One more race to go before the lunch break. As the pre-war cars will be coming out next. Full field rundown, Denny Wilson, your winner. Ballback and Comer, we talked about all race long. Nicholas Clements coming home 4th. Scott McQueen up into 5th spot. John Salisbury in the Sprite coming home in 6th. Marcus Cookie in the 58 in 7th. Matthew Getzinger fading to 8th at the stripe. Christopher Candy coming home in the 9th spot. And Tony Drews rounding out the top 10 in the 95 car. Looking at the class winners, Colin Comer over Leah Bauer in the 2D category. John Daniels finishing 3rd in that class. In 2B, Nicholas Clements over Tony Drews and Robert Wagner for the top 3. In 2M, John Salisbury over John Bauer. In 2A, Scott McQueen with the win over Marcus Cookie and Christopher Candy. In 3D, Jacob Miller, the winner over William Demarest. And the other contested class is 2C, George Ballback winning over Matthew Getzinger, with Steve Jacobson coming home in 3rd. pre-war group coming up next as they're wending their way down the pit lane. 21 cars eligible for this one. 4 cars didn't take the start in yesterday's race. The number 19 of Stanford Silverberg and his Ford Model A. We have not seen that car all weekend. Lou Nettenshan and the number 36 MGTF. The 77 of John Welsh with his MGTC. And Charles Klingler in the number 18 MGTD Roadster. 17th on the grid is the number 53 of Douglas Stewart in that 1935 Riley Special. In row 8 on the outside is car number 4, Robert Weinstein in his MGTF. David Watts alongside in the number 237, the oldest car here, the 1923 Amilcar CC Special. In row 7, the 261 of John Ulrich in a 1933 Buick Indy Roadster. Next to him, the 26 of Robert Heiner. Robert driving the 47 MGTD. In row 6 on the outside, car 7, Robert Reinholz in a 1953 Morgan Plus 4, alongside the 351 of Dennis Holloway in a 1951 MGTC. In row 5, the 470 of Mark Brandow in a 47 MGTC, and the 10 of William Lane in a 47 MGTC. In row 4, car 5 is Patrick Morse in an MGTD next to Edmund Russ in the 05 MGTD. In row 3, the 141 of Christopher Holloway in an MGTF, and Glenn Moore in car number 56 in an MGTF 1500. In the second row, the 17 is Norbert Breeze in the 1951 Morgan Plus 4, sort of burgundy colored, alongside the 62 of Brad Tank in a 1950 MGTD. And on your front row, on the outside, car 915, Edson McCord, out of Burlington, Wisconsin, in a 1952 MGTD, and your pole sitter, and he's been the runaway winner in all of the races, the number 66 of Rex Barrett, and that is a 1933 Ford Indy Roadster. That car did not qualify for the Indianapolis 500 in 1933. Doc Williams was its driver. The Buick Indy Roadster of John Ulrich in 1933 did indeed compete in the Indy 500 and finished 5th in the hands of Stubby Stubblefield. But that white number 66 of Rex Barrett usually disappears into the sunset. Total of 16 cars have lined up for this one. Douglas Stewart at the back. Let's see who's missing. Patrick Morse, not in the field. So the number 5 MGTD of Patrick Morse not taking the green, but everybody else I introduced, I believe, is in the field. As the safety car coming through the kink and heading down toward Canada Corner. This field chock-a-block with MGs, the MGTC only available in right-hand drive. And the MGTD, the first of the MGs that was available with left-hand drive. Of course, the TCs were brought home by a lot of GIs at the close of World War II, and really the beginning of what we call the sports car revolution here in this country, followed by the Triumphs and the Morgans and all the other British sports cars, eventually giving way to the current crop of like Honda S2000s and Miatas, of course, and MX-5s. This is the genesis of that revolution. And they are climbing the hill as the pace car pulls in. Rex Barrett and Edson McCord on the front row. Green flag flies. Rex Barrett on the inside. Edson McCord on the yellow number 915 MG, and then Norbert Breeze in the Morgan, the number 17 burgundy colored. And that's the order they come through, single file. 56 of Glenn Moore just behind. Here comes the Morgan as Breeze ducks to the inside, trying to draft up to Edson McCord in the battle for second. Not quite close enough this time. McCord will hang on to that second spot as Breeze slots in behind. He tries to get to the inside in the climb up the hill under the Corvette bridge, and he's there. Breeze side by side with McCord, and it looks like Breeze might have the advantage. And right behind him, Glenn Moore in that number 56. But McCord sweeps back in front of the Morgan at the exit of turn 6 and through turn 7. So the Morgan of Norbert Breeze in the MG sandwich between McCord and Moore. Nice three-way battle here for these three. Since this is our final race before the lunch hour, I just want to remind you that those of you taking part in the charity touring rides during the lunch break, be sure to form up on the Paddock side of the tunnel just before start finish, right by the victory circle, right at the top of the tunnel there. That's where those of you taking part in the charity rides will be forming up. And that'll be at the conclusion of this race. Three-way battle for second and third and fourth. Rex Barrett out in front in that Indy Roadster. But right at the moment, the 1952 MGTD of Edson McCord holding on to the challenge of Norbert Breeze in the 51 Morgan +4. Breeze got a good run coming off of turn 14 and is pulled alongside as they come to the line. McCord still with a nose ahead. The 56 1955 MGTF of Glenn Moore falling off the back of that battle just a touch. Douglas Stewart in that Riley special just behind them. Breeze and McCord continue their battle for second spot. Little puff of smoke out of one of them as they made it through turn 1, over the Ariens tunnel, down into turn 3, and it looks like the Morgan has the advantage. The Morgans, of course, famous for their ash frame made of wood. We had a Morgan three-wheeler giving some charity rides yesterday. I don't know if we'll see it again today. Breeze with the advantage now, up into second spot. Out of Lake Bluff, Illinois, Edson McCord from Burlington, Wisconsin, just up the road. In addition to the availability of left-hand drive in the MGTD, it also was the first of the MGs with independent front suspension and rack and pinion steering. Norbert Breeze beginning to stretch his advantage now over Edson McCord. Glenn Moore from DeLand, Florida in that MGTF. The TF upped the engine size to 1,500 cc's, making a whopping 63 horsepower in street trim.
What I always find interesting about the pre-war group is it's a pretty tight-knit group. They're all paddocked underneath the same tent.
Sure.
All together, and everybody pitches in. One of the cars had quite a considerable oil fire on Friday, and that car's still running this weekend. And everybody pitched in and helped clean it up. So in that situation, it's a big community. This whole vintage, organizations. We get to do this 3 times a year with our vintage groups, and it always amazes me that the camaraderie that we have here in the paddock area. Every single time that these groups come in here to this fantastic racetrack. If you're watching on the YouTube channel at home, missing out on a great show all weekend long here at Road America. Beautiful weekend. Couldn't get any better. A little bit cooler today in the mid-60s. We'll take it.
You bet.
It was a little muggy yesterday morning. And Friday afternoon was gorgeous as well with temperatures in the 80s. But a gorgeous weekend here at Road America.
Had a little just light showers overnight last night. So the racetrack a little damp when we first got here this morning. But it's long since dried out. Puffy clouds overhead. Just a beautiful day. You can see on Rex Barrett's car, that Indy Roadster, as he drives away, as the Indy cars of the era all were. The suspension is offset to the left because obviously they only had to turn left. There were no road course races in the IndyCar series back in the day. So his car a little happier on the left-hand turns here at Road America. Not so happy on the rights. But he's got enough of an advantage in the straight line that he can easily draw away from this flock of MGs and Morgans behind him. The Morgan that Norbert Breeze is running was the first of the Morgans, the +4, that had hydraulic brakes, a 2.1 liter power plant in the front. In '53, the +4 took over the Triumph TR2 engine, upping the horsepower to about 90 horsepower. Rex Barrett, our leader, closing up to put a lap on the Amilcar, number 237 of David Watts out of Grayslake, Illinois. Not quite a household name is Amilcar, as we'll see the white flag next time by. The Amilcar CC. Two Frenchmen, Joseph Lamy and Emile Accard, started the Amilcar company. That car with a 900cc motor. Not very big for its time. Christopher Holloway and Edmund Ross have had a pretty nice battle throughout the race. Holloway now pulling away in the closing stages, opening up about a 3-second lead. That's the battle for 6th and 7th. Actually, on the last lap, Rex Barrett slowing his roll just a bit, as his last lap was a 3:23. Norbert Breeze setting a personal best at 3:17, and he's about 7 seconds behind Rex Barrett. So if Barrett is indeed having a problem, Norbert Breeze within shouting distance of the lead. Edson McCord a further 2.5 seconds up the road in the 915 MG. But again, we expect to see the white flag as they climb the hill this time. Rex Barrett just now at the kink. And McCord is a little resurgent, closing down on the back of Breeze again. So Breeze might be falling off the pace just a touch after that hot lap. Yeah, the second place battle is rejoined here. Just as it looked like Breeze was going to motor away into the sunset, Edson McCord right on his back bumper now. Final race of the weekend for these cars. The Amilcar will be 100 years old next year. It's amazing they're still running. I hope I'm still running at 100.
I'm just hoping I can walk at 100. Running, no. I'll take a walk.
Yeah, no kidding. Here we come, the battle for second. I think Breeze maybe has just realized that McCord has run him down, and the white flag is in the air. Here comes McCord, going to try to get side by side as they approach the line. And there they are.
Breeze has quite a bit more top end speed mid straightaway. Then McCord. Saw that Brad Tank had pulled off right after the start for that 62 machine, for those of you that are wondering, perhaps. But Brad Tank had some problems with the 62.
Yeah, never completed a lap.
Brad usually runs up front, top 4 or 5.
Yep.
The car's pretty quick.
Yep. Leaders catching up to the back of the pack, so there will be a little traffic to be negotiated. 56 of Glenn Moore, some 30 seconds behind that battle for second, third, and fourth. Douglas Stewart in the 53 getting around Moore. Moore was a part of that battle for second and third in the early going, but has faded here in the second half of the race. Breeze and McCord working their way around the lapped car, the 261 of John Ulrich. Down into turn 8 for the final time. for this battle for second. There's Ulrich, a lap down.
And coming up at 12:15, we will do the Cup presentations at Victory Lane. So encourage everyone to come join us at Victory Lane. Coming up at 12:15, more Cup presentations.
Our second place battle into Canada Corner for the final time. Edson McCord staying with Norbert Breeze, but it looks like Breeze has enough of an advantage that he'll be able to bring it home in that second spot. Meanwhile, climbing the hill, never headed at any race this weekend, is the number 66 of Rex Barrett, as he'll take the win. Norbert Breeze comes home in second in the Morgan, and then the MG of Edson McCord in third. Douglas Stewart in the 53 Riley Special. You can hear that engine revving quite a bit higher than the cars around it. The Riley, a 1935 vintage engine well ahead of its time. A twin cam hemispherical head, small bore motor, revs very nicely. Riley engined cars finished the 24 Hours of Le Mans in second, third, fifth, and sixth in 1934. Eric, I believe we're on lunch.
We are indeed at our lunch break. So the Paddock concession area with Parker John's Barbecue and Wings at the main Paddock concession stand, as well as the gearbox on the north end. You also have Antoinette's over in turn 3 and Pearls on the Hill over in the Hurry Downs area.
Remember that those taking part in the charity tours, you are queuing up right at the tunnel, the Paddock side of the tunnel, near Victory Circle. That's the place to line up for the charity tours of the track during the lunch break.
But that will do it for us for our morning sessions here on Cup Sunday at the Ariens Art on Wheels weekend. Thank you to all of the Ariens associates as well here this weekend. Thanks for sponsoring our event, and thanks for joining us and having a little bit of fun this weekend at the racetrack. If you are in the need of a new snow throw, see your local Ariens dealer. Some of the best snow throws on the planet. And it's getting to be that time of year here in Wisconsin that we're not that far away.
Sadly so.
We've been very lucky to have a fairly dry summer, which has gotten a little bit more moist recent weeks. But this fall and winter, I have a feeling, is going to be a little bit warmer, but with a lot more snow. So now is the time to get your Ariens snow throw.
Get them while they're hot.
Or in this case, freshly painted.
Exactly. All right. Enjoy your lunch. We'll be back with you at 1 o'clock. 5 more races to go before we put paid to this weekend. And the 6 and 3, Group 6 and 3 group race. First one after lunch, we spec the green at 1 o'clock. What about 1 hour from now?
Hope everyone's enjoying your lunch break. We are about 20 minutes away from on-track activity beginning at 1 o'clock this afternoon, approaching the 12:40 mark. 20-minute call to the grid, please, for our 1 p.m. session, which is groups 6 and 3A and B. Groups 6 and 3, 20-minute call to the grid.
little less than 5 minutes away from kicking off our afternoon card of racing. I'd like to give one more shout out to all the sponsors of the VSCDA for making this weekend possible. Collins Classic Automobiles, Haggerty Vintage Motorsports Insurance, Donato and Sons, Aluminum Trailers, Sport and Specialty Restorations and Vintage Racing, Michelle Norb and North Shore Sports Cars, the authorized Morgan dealer, Next Gen, Head of Neck Protection, National Exchange Bank and Trust, Leah Bauer and the folks at Northern Chill, America's Water, HSR, joining forces with VSCDA for this weekend, Dan Hinton and John Duna, all the women of motorsports in North America, Road America, safety workers, and all the VSCDA volunteers as well. From registration to tech to timing and scoring, thank you one and all for helping to make this race weekend possible. We hope to see you again next year. Especially like to thank our celebrity safety car drivers, Lynn St. James, Victoria Thomas, Pam Shatraw, Sabra Cook, Barb Neverall, and Connie Ensing, and all the rest of the folks from the Women in Motorsports. Thanks so much for being with us this weekend and helping out with the celebrity pace car rides. Brian Garcia, Jim Frula, and Jonathan DeGaynor leading the parade. Michael Origer in that big Corvette. Fritz Seidel in the 721 Porsche. Scotty Graham in the 169 Camaro, all part of a good battle yesterday. Yves Skamama was also in the thick of that battle in the 152 Porsche. Mike Bands in the Porsche is in the field. Tom Bleeker in the 165 Ford Mustang Fastback. Damon DeSantis in the number 82 Porsche 911 RSR. Henry Vicchioso in the number 76 Ford Mustang. Steve Walker in the 27 BMW M Series. David Carpenter in the 03 Mustang Mach 1. Jerry Gruss in the 163 Chevy Corvette. Jessica Jonk is out there in the 128 BMW 325i. Kathy Blaha also joining us in the number 40 orange Porsche 911. Zachary Tenorio in the number 57 Ford Mustang. Philip Taxman in the number 2 Jaguar XKE. Michael Tomei in the 93 car. That's a Mazda Miata. Anthony Jarvis in the number 12 Miata. Julie Dahmer in her MX-5, number 118. John Weirtz in the number 130. That's a Porsche 944. Jose Miguel Paredes in the car number 211, another Miata. John Jarvis in the number 20 Miata. Eric Jacobson in the number 144 Miata. Peter Mika in car number 241, a BMW 323. Dick York in car number 90. Damon Bosell in car number 117, Ford Falcon. Jim Frula in that number 52 Nissan 240SX. Brian Garcia in the black number 41 Cheetah Roadster. And then Jonathan DeGainer in the black number 111 Devon Special. Put on a great show yesterday. Michael Origer in the 969 Corvette also at the front. Fritz Seidel and Brad Briscoe all part of that battle in yesterday's race. Looks like 32 cars across the line in the pit lane. Field packing up in rows of 2 as they begin the climb up the hill. Frula and Garcia on that front row. And the green flag flies. And it is Brian Garcia getting the jump in that big Cheetah as they make the run down toward turn number 1.
Typically the battle here between John DeGainer in the Devon and Garcia in the Cheetah usually ends up settling out at the front of the field, but that Cheetah has been quite quick the last year or two for Brian Garcia.
And Michael Origer in that big Corvette also always in the battle. But right now the Cheetah with the advantage. Frula in the 240Z back into 4th spot. If memory serves, yesterday we had a pretty good battle off the lead for about 3rd, 4th, 5th. We'll see how that shakes out. Oh, goes a little wide, does Garcia, and that allows Jonathan DeGainer to get to the front. The rest of the field still sorting themselves out down at the bottom of the hill. 3 wide up under the Corvette bridge.
A little puff of dust as they clip the grass going up the hill underneath the bridge. Sounds like we may have had some contact on the start. The 163 is broken and is askew on the car.
Jerry Gruss in his Corvette. coming off the carousel and through the kink for the first time. DeGainer out in front. Scotty Graham working his way forward once again in that Camaro. DeGainer goes wide, or excuse me, DeGainer goes wide again.
Yeah.
And that opens the door for Brian Garcia to extend his lead. Jonathan DeGainer's going to have to wait for the whole field to come by as he looped it there at Canada. Just a little late on the brakes. Sitting counter race off in the runoff area.
Waiting for a hole or a point.
Yeah, just waiting for a point. Like I say, he's going to have to come all the way from the back. As that big cheetah thunders by for Brian Garcia. Michael Origer now second. Jim Frula in third. Fritz Seidel in the Porsche. Yves Skamama, and in the other Porsche, Brad Briscoe in the 15. In sixth spot, Scott Graham. Briscoe in that Greenwood Corvette. Scotty Graham in the Camaro, 169. And then Mike Benz in the 13 Porsche.
DeGainer has rejoined safely and back underway.
It'll be fun to watch him come up through the pack. That car is quick. But I think any chance of a podium spot's going to be tough. He just now coming across the line.
That's going to be a hard road to hoe.
Yeah, no kidding.
With all that traffic up ahead of him.
There is DeGainer working his way down toward turn number 3. As he's closing in on the back of Damon Bosell in that 117 Falcon. Back in 19th position. Oh, we got a spinner at the top of the hill there. Is that the 78? 76, I think, the Mustang of Henry Vicchioso has looped it. And just like DeGainer, he's going to have to wait for a point here to get back into the fray.
Back underway, but looks to be a little slow. Shaking things down, making sure everything's okay before bringing it back up to speed.
Getting the debris off the tires, I'm sure. Here come the leaders. Brian Garcia stretching his advantage now.
You know, I'm not certain that right rear isn't going down on that 76 car. Perhaps if he hit the curbing in that runoff, the car looks slightly askew and not quite up to speed yet. Very possible that there's an issue with that 76 tire.
No change at the front other than Brian Garcia getting away from the rest of the field. Michael Origer 10 seconds adrift, but Frula in the Datsun, Fritz Seidel in the Porsche, Skamama in the Porsche, Brad Briscoe in that Greenwood Corvette, Scotty Graham in the Camaro giving chase. Here comes DeGainer by. He's worked his way back up to 13th spot. And he is lapping 10 seconds a lap quicker than the cars around him. But in another couple cars, it's going to get a little tougher. The closer he gets to the front, the more work he's going to have to do to work his way back into contention.
Yeah, the 76 of Vicioso onto pit lane.
Yeah, realizing something not quite right.
Yeah, something doesn't look right in the. I couldn't tell if the tire was down or not, but it certainly looked like the car was driving a little lopsided, which would indicate either something's bent or broken if it's not the tire down.
Jonathan Gaynor closing up on David Carpenter in the number 3 Mustang.
Back up to 13th.
That'll put him in 12th when he passes Carpenter.
It looks like the tires are up, but that car still looks like it's leaning over on the right side a bit.
Well, might have broken a spring or a shock. Jonathan Gaynor now with a little breathing room in front of him, so hopefully he'll be able to pick up some time. Tom Bleeker would be his next target. Bleeker in the Mustang Fastback. Meanwhile, Brian Garcia thunders past start-finish to complete race lap number 3. Pretty good battle between Frula, Seidel, and Skamama, as they are in pretty close contention. Yves Skamama a little further back. Seidel and Frula right behind Michael Origer. Brad Briscoe in the Greenwood Corvette. Scott Graham falling off the back of that battle. He's about 7 seconds further adrift in the 7th spot. Damon DeSantis working his way forward. He's about to pass Steve Walker to take over 9th spot. Jonathan Gaynor up to 12th. He's about 9 seconds adrift of Tom Bleeker as he's trying to get back into the top 10. We're halfway through this one. Brian Garcia continues out front. He's running alone in the 3A category. And his lap time's about 5 seconds a lap faster than his closest pursuer. There's Michael Origer. Jim Frula's dropping back. Fritz Seidel up to 3rd. There's Skamama, so Frula has not come by. That's the Greenwood Corvette. Stuck there at the bottom of the hill. That's Brad Briscoe. So Frula and Briscoe have not come by. Don't know where Frula fell out of the order in the 240Z. That promotes Scott Graham up to 5th. Skamama is now 4th. That allows Jonathan Gaynor to get inside the top 10. He's now 9th, about 7 seconds behind Steve Walker. Walker in the number 27 BMW. Just about 6.5 minutes remain in this one. Jessica Jonk in 15th. Kathy Blaha in that orange number 4911, flashing by in 16th. Philip Taxman in that beautiful Jaguar XKE, and Zachary Tenorio. Oh, we got a spin down at 14. The car off in the gravel trap. And I believe stuck there. And that is not a good place. Garcia and Orridge are both by. Then Fritz Seidel on the podium in the third spot. Yves Kamama now in the fourth position in the 152 blue 911.
Well, that car's gotten himself free of the kitty litter down at 14.
Well, that's good. That'll preclude a full course yellow.
But it'll also drag a little bit of debris onto the racetrack.
Scotty Graham and Mike Benz by start finish. Damon DeSantis should be next up in the number 82 Porsche.
So the 130 is the car that was off in turn 14. That is John Weir's.
John Weir's in the Porsche 944. Jonathan DeGainer continues his charge.
Back up to 8th.
Exactly, and about 7 seconds behind Damon DeSantis. DeSantis in the number 82 yellow and black Porsche. About 4.5 minutes remaining for Brian Garcia as he continues to stretch his advantage. Almost 25 seconds in front of Michael Orger after 5 laps.
Sun's starting to peek out again.
Yep.
I want to thank those folks watching here at the racetrack, as well as those of you on the YouTube channel or on the FM, 87.9 here at the track. There is seemingly a delay in that gearbox for that Porsche that comes by every once in a while, right past start finish. It's right at the end of the high range of that 5th gear, and going into 6th gear, it just hangs up a bit.
Yep.
A little bit of the slip of the clutch.
Garcia flashes by to complete his 6th lap.
Should be coming to the white flag this time, I would think.
I would think, yeah, we're just coming up on 3 minutes left, so white next time. Yep. That's the confirmation we're getting. There's Michael Orger. You can hear him thunder by our commentary position here just past start finish. Fritz Seidel solidly in 3rd. Yves Kamama in that blue 152 Porsche. Next up should be Scotty Graham in the white with blue stripe Camaro.
It's actually a Firebird, I think.
I think you're absolutely right. I stand corrected. They all look alike, you know. I mean, what can I say?
After 3 days at the racetrack, they all become just either whatever color they are and a blur at this point.
DeGainer closing down on Damon DeSantis to get up to 7th position. That's a pretty good recovery drive considering he spun all the way to the back on the first lap. And he has picked his way back up into 8th, nearly 7th position.
That's a lot of traffic he's had to navigate.
You betcha.
Drop down into the mid-20s. He's got a little time to make up on this lap. Not sure he's going to be able to get to DeSantis. Garcia back in Kettle Bottoms right now, headed towards Canada Corner. Your leader going to be coming to the white flag. through Thunder Valley now. Across the main gate tunnel. And now, with some lap traffic just ahead, we'll come to driver's right up the hill and pass underneath the Quick Trip Bridge.
White flag in the hand of the starter. As Brian Garcia never headed in this one. Bill Thomas's 1965 Cheetah.
Just went around Jessica Jonk, I believe.
There's Michael Origer. Fritz Seidel in third. Not much drama at the front of this one. As Skamama further 5 seconds up the road in the fourth spot. The top four, though, all in 4 different classes. Scotty Graham and the Firebird in the 5th position. There he goes across the line, also in a different class. Mike Benz in the number 13 Porsche, the first one to be second in class. He's second to Skamama, who's a couple places up ahead of him. And Jonathan DeGainer will get to 7th, but I think that's as far as he'll go on this final lap, barring trouble for one of the cars in front of him.
He was about 14, almost 15 seconds behind Mike Bands in the 13.
Yep. Yeah, he fell all the way back to 22nd position and has recovered for 7th. That's a great recovery drive for Jonathan DeGainer. And he's still leading his class. So, not all bad.
And working through Kettle Bottoms, working his way towards Canada Corner. I see a couple of those guys are out of their cars right now, but want to thank the pace car staff all weekend long. Super job. They also handle not only race pace, but track touring at lunch as well.
Brian Garcia at the bottom of the hill. Onto the front straightaway as he makes his way past the pit entrance and to the checkered flag. No challenge whatsoever for Garcia as he takes the win for the second day in a row.
First call to the grid for Group 8. First call to the grid, Group 8. Group 8 to the grid, please. 5-minute call. Group 8, 5-minute call.
Still waiting on our second place finisher. There he is, Michael Origer, in the A production Corvette. 30 seconds, the margin of victory. Fritz Seidel takes 6B production in the number 721 Porsche. Yves Skamama in the 6 HP3, number 152 Porsche. Scott Graham leading Group 6 Trans Am as he crosses the line in the Firebird. And then there's Mike Bands running second in HP3, 6th in the order in the 13 car. And a great recovery drive for that driver right there, the number 111, Devon of Jonathan DeGainer, winning his class, 6B, coming home 7th. Damon DeSantis will take 3rd in 6 HP3, 8th overall. Second place in B production will be Tom Bleeker in the number 165 Ford Mustang Fastback. There he is across the line. David Carpenter takes 3rd in B production in the 03 to round out the top 10. That is another Mustang Mach 1. Looking at the rest of the contested class winners. In 6 SM2, Michael Tomei in the 93 will take the win over John Jarvis in the 20, and Eric Jacobson in the 144. Michael Origer did not have competitors in this. In B production, we've already talked about Fritz Seidel, Tom Bleeker, and David Carpenter as your top three. In the 6 Spec Miata class, the 143 of Pat O'Hara takes the win over Anthony Jarvis in the 12. In 6 Trans Am, Scott Graham in the Firebird, number 169 over Brad Briscoe in the Greenwood Corvette. HP3, we've already talked about Skamama, Bonds, and DeSantis. In 6A Sedan, the Falcon of Damon Bosell over the number 76 Mustang of Vicchioso, who had to retire. And that's it for the contested classes. As Eric said, next up is Group 8.
Race fans, if you haven't already taken advantage of it, the 2023 season pass, for those of you that have the passes for this year, renewal pricing ends at midnight tonight. $490 for the renewal through this weekend. Starting tomorrow morning, early bird pricing goes up to $520 for the season pass. Wait until January, it's $645. So get it right now, $490 to renew your season passes at roadamerica.com.
George Ballback in the number 0 silver Porsche. Right behind him, the 81 of Nicholas Clements. Then the 12 car of Jeff Jagish Sr. in the Datsun. The 128, or 129, excuse me, of Ben Robertaccio in the 914-6. John Daniels in the number 13 car. That's the Sunbeam Tiger. Christopher Candy in the number 67 Porsche 911. Ed Dulski in car 15, his Datsun 260Z. Robert Cowan in the number 38 Alfa Romeo GTV. He was a factor in the Cup race earlier. Alex Rourke in the number 62 Lotus Elan. John Bibbo in the 208. That's a BMW 2002. Alex Ames in the 184 Triumph GT6. Scott Hyatt, car number 26, a Datsun 260Z. Dan Gerweiler in the number 118 is a Triumph GT6. Gary Beresford in car number 08, a Datsun 510. Mike Bessick in car number 50, an Alfa Romeo Duetto. John Dorwalt is in car number 141, a Porsche 914S. Deborah Briscoe in the 132, a BMW 2002. Bill Oakes is in car number 240. That's a Datsun 240Z. Jason Ostrowski in car number 27 in a Triumph GT6 Plus. Tom Miller in the 39, a Datsun 240Z. Edward Hinsa in the number 46 car. Another Datsun, this one a 510. John Wheeler in the 125, an Alfa Romeo GTV. Scott Albers in car number 146, a Datsun 280Z. Kevin McNiff in car number 140, an Opel Manta. Glenn Stasic in car number 189, a Porsche 914-6. Scott Birkland in the 06, a Porsche 911. Mark School in car number 97, a Saab Sonnet. Noah Hurwitz in the 681, a Datsun 510. Keith Picard in car number 241, a Datsun 240Z. David School in the 96, another Saab Sonnet. Chip Van Sant in car number 52, an Alfa Romeo GT Junior. Jeff Butzer is in car number 121. That's a Porsche 914-4. Jeffrey Cohen in the 05, a BMW 2002. Timothy Holmes in the 53 is a Datsun 240Z. David Hoipchen in car number 51, a Volvo Amazon 122S. Marshall Moore in the 185 is a Datsun 510. And I think that's it.
We do have a car off in turn 1, actually turn 2, just before the Ariens tunnel. And safety team over there assisting.
36 cars in the starting grid, now 35.
And it looks like safety team has pulled that car into the cutout here, so lights will go down, and we'll go racing.
Just as the field comes down into Canada Corner, a pair of Porsches at the front, George Ballback and Nicholas Clements. Jeff Jagish in the 240Z, just behind George Ballback, and Ben Robertaccio in the 914-6, just behind Nicholas Clements. Field forming up as the safety car pulls into the pit lane. 20 minutes of racing about to come for Group 8 as they climb the hill. Cresting the hill now as the starter looks them over, tap on the back, and there's the green flag. Ballback getting the jump. Clements in the cream-colored 81. Battling with Jeff Jajic in the 240Z for second spot. It looks like Robert Taccio in the 914-6 was able to sweep up into second position. Nicholas Clements right behind him, but Jajic to the inside as they head down into turn 3. Jajic falls into third spot. No, that's Clements in third spot. But Jajic battling back in that yellow Datsun as they come under the Sargento Bridge and make the plunge down toward turn 5. The Datsun up around the 914-6. So Jajic up into second spot, then Robertaccio, then Clements. And then John Daniels just behind him in the 13.
Of course, the orange Porsche, the 67, Christopher Candy.
Yep.
In the mix as well.
Yeah, I think it's Candy instead of Daniels. Candy up there behind Robertaccio.
Our historic production GTU Group 8. Group 9 next on the docket at the top of the 2 o'clock hour.
John Daniels in the Sunbeam Tiger, the green Tiger. Nicholas Clements and Robertaccio going side by side in the battle for third through the carousel side by side, which you don't see very often.
In the kettle bottom side by side.
Yeah, Clements and Robertaccio are going to battle for that third spot. George Ballback long gone in the Zero Silver Porsche with the 240Z of Jeff Jajic in the second spot right now. Nicholas Clements, Robertaccio at the 914-6. As George Ballback comes across the line to complete the first racing lap. Side-by-side battle, Clements and Robertaccio just going at it here. We've got kind of a reprise of what we saw a little earlier in the Group 2 race.
Robertaccio to the inside into turn 1, has the preferred line, but Clements goes just a little bit deeper, and Candy there to pick up the pieces. Across the Ariens tunnel into turn 3. The 2 orange colored cars now running nose to tail.
The 914-6 of Robertaccio, the 911 of Christopher Candy. Robertaccio getting a good run down the back straightaway. Thinking about making a move down into turn 5, but then falls back in single file. And the Sunbeam Tiger of John Daniels right there. Behind him, Alex Rourke in the 62.
So the car that had pulled off just before the start was the 141 of John Dorwart. See him getting the flat toe through the paddock area with the safety team.
Lotus Elan of Alex Rourke. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. Ed Dusky in the 15 Datsun 260Z in the thick of that battle as well. He's running in 8th position right now. Robert Cowan and John Bibbo rounding out the top 10. Battle beginning to settle down now as we don't have any positions in close contention among the top 10 runners. Mike Bessick in the number 50, Alfa Romeo Duetto, closing up on the back of Dan Gerweiler in the 118. That's for 13th position, so relatively close.
Field's quite considerably spread out with this one, even at the front of the field. Racing's tight, but first and second, even the distance between third and fourth are starting to grow. Gap's now about a second all the way through the field. Ballback goes purple here to complete lap 2, a 2:35.746. So Ballback quickest here in race group 8.
Nobody in the top 20 making a charge as the lap times. Jason Ostrowski a little bit quicker than Bill Oakes just in front of him in the battle for 7th. Oakes in the 240Z, Ostrowski in the number 27. Triumph GT6. But not much of a difference between those two, lap time wise. Timothy Holmes with an issue in his 240Z. Slowing out on the racetrack. Jeff Jajish flashing by in second spot, about 19 seconds behind George Ballback. Robert Cohen coming under pressure from John Bibbo. Bibbo in that silver BMW 2002, number 208, closing down on Cowan. Pretty good four-way battle that we've been following, starting with the 132 of Deborah Briscoe. Marshall Moore in that 185 Datsun 510. Bill Oakes in the 240Z. Ostrowski in the 27. Noah Hurwitz in the 681. Running in a nice battle. Just past half distance on this one, with about 8 minutes remaining.
Approaching about 6.5 minutes left to go here in Group 8. Group 9 next on the docket. 10-minute call to the grid for Group 9. 10-minute call on the grid for Group 9. 10-minute call, Group 9.
John Bibbo closing right up on the back of Robert Cowan, who in turn is battling with Ed Dulski. This is the battle for 8th, 9th, and 10th. Dulski in that number 15 Datsun 260Z. Robert Cowan in the 38 Alpha, and John Bibbo in the 208 2002. John Daniels in the number 13 Sunbeam Tiger, also getting a little closer to Christopher Candy in that orange 911, number 67. There's that battle we were just talking about with the 260Z of Ed Dulski, Robert Cowan, and John Bibbo up into turn 6, working their way down toward turn 7. Coming out of turn number 8 and under the Speedville Bridge. Robert Cowan in that 38 Alpha, already a victor this weekend in one of the Cup races earlier today. And he is going to try to go side by side with Dulski in the run to this kink. Not quite close enough. Yep, he didn't quite get the pass done. And that cost him a little momentum, and that's going to allow Bibbo in the BMW to get right on his back bumper now. So Dulski with just a touch of breathing room as they come down into Canada Corner. That Alpha taking up a little extra room right in the middle of the racetrack, trying to keep the Bimmer behind him. But that Alpha gets great mid-corner speed as he picks right up on the back of Dulski once again. Coming to the white next time by, as this battle just climbing the hill for 8th, 9th, and 10th. The 260Z with the legs here on the front straightaway, able to stretch it out just a bit. We talked about the duetto of Mike Bessick and Gary Beresford. They are nose to tail, coming down to turn 1 just now. Bessick in that yellow Alfa Romeo duetto. Beresford in the Datsun 510. And here they come down into turn number 3. The duetto, the first of the Alfa Romeo Roadsters with the sort of the boat tail, the curvy back end. Looks like the Datsun's got the legs on the straightaway, maybe a little more powerful motor. But the duetto, as with all the Alphas, pretty handy through the corners. It's the battle for 14th and 15th. We're on the final lap as the leaders have already come by to see the white flag. There's George Ballback with 1 lap to go. Couple lapped cars coming across the line.
The 184 of Alex Ames has gone around and continued. So a little bit, still a little bit of activity out of the racetrack. Everybody trying to hustle these cars around.
You bet.
Working the final lap for George Ballbach. Jeff Jagish just across the stripe.
Amy's was running in 12th at the time of his spin. There's Nicholas Clements in the cream-colored number 81 and the orange 914-6 of Robertaccio and the orange 911 of Christopher Candy. John Davies in the Sunbeam Tiger. Alex Rourke in the Lotus Elan. In this battle we've been watching between Ed Dulski and the 260Z. There he is. Robert Cowan, John Bibby in the BMW. That takes us to 10th. Scott Hyatt in the 26, and this is where Alex Amy's would be, but I think Dan Gerweiler will most likely come by next. No, it's Beresford, actually. Then Gerweiler. Then Bessick. So Bessick must have had an issue at some point because he was right on the back of Beresford at the end of this lap, or at the beginning of this lap, should we say. So he's dropped back and allowed Dan Gerweiler to get around him in the 118 Porsche 914-4. But the leader's working around for the final time.
Looks like your leader working through Thunder Valley now.
Picking his way through traffic. He's got a big lead, so he doesn't need to worry. 37 seconds, George Ballback's advantage. Blue flags being shown to the cars being overtaken.
A little bit easier way to the top spot without Colin Comer chasing him.
Exactly right. As he pulls off to driver's left and climbs the hill. And the checkered flag is in the air for George Ballback as he takes the win in commanding fashion here in Group 8.
Five minutes has been given to the grid. 5 minutes has been given to Group 9. 5 minutes for Group 9.
Here comes our second place runner. Climbing the hill here, Jeff Jagic in the 240Z. As he crosses the line to complete the 7th race lap. Nicholas Clements takes the final step on the podium with Ben Robertaccio in 4th, Christopher Candy in the 5th spot. John Daniels in the Sunbeam across the line in 6th. Alex Rourke in the Lotus Elan. Ed Dulski perseveres in the 260Z over Robert Cowan in the Alpha. And John Bibbo in the BMW. Just holding off Scott Hyatt at the line. Hyatt coming home in 11th. Gary Beresford in 12th position. Marshall Moore up into 13th. Mike Bessick just behind him in the Duetto in 14th. As we do a quick rundown of our class leaders in the B2 category, Ballback your winner. Robert Cowan finishing 2nd and Gary Beresford in 3rd. In the HP6, no competitors. In the 8C, Jeff Jagic, our 2nd place finisher, takes the win in that class. Nicholas Clements finishing 2nd. John Daniels in the 13, finishing in 3rd. In the 8A category, Ben Robertaccio in the 129 takes the win over the 140 of Kevin McNiff. Those are the only contested classes in this one. As we get ready for Group 9 coming up next. Closed wheel competition cars. Some pretty potent stuff at the front of this field.
Road America would like to recognize our 2022 season corporate partner, Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Road America. Yamaha, the official motorcycle of Road America, and the official UTV of the corporate team building programs. Our food and beverage partners, Sargento Cheese, Johnsonville, Pepsi, Lakeside Bottling, Anheuser-Busch, Larry's Distributing, Cedar Crest Ice Cream, Torquay Coffee, and Palermo's Pizza. Skag Power Equipment, the official mower of Road America. Oshkosh Office Systems, the official business machine supplier. West Bend Insurance and Sheboygan Chevrolet, sponsors of the Teen Driving School. The Optima Batteries, the official battery of Road America. H&R Spring, the official suspension partner. Lake Michigan Car Ferry, the official transportation partner of Road America, sailing twice daily from Manitowoc, Wisconsin to Ludington, Michigan. Soundhouse, the official hearing protection partner of Road America. Our fire and safety sponsors, Hall Matro, AMR, Creed Truck Center, Wheelan Engineering, Safety Clean, Finish Line Towing, and Collins Classic Automobiles. Sign Me Up, the official signage company of Road America. Milwaukee, the official power tool. Jim's Golf Car, the official golf car provider. Eden Stone of Elders, the official stone. Clean Tools, makers of the Absorber Car Cloth. TireRack.com, the official tire retailer of Road America. Catalyst Exhibits, the official design and exhibit partner of Road America. Quick Trip, the official convenience store. Marwin Sports, the official race apparel. The University of Wisconsin Green Bay, the official collegiate partner. Mulch Express of Wisconsin, the official mulch of Road America. Our signage partners, Throttle Stop, West Bend Dyno, GT Race Tires, Race Ramps, Bank First, Red Wing Shoes, LiftX, Corvette Central, Elkhart Lake Tourism, Auto Select, Speed Seat Factory, Finish Line Towing, Briggs & Stratton, and Walbeck Group. Our event entitlement sponsors, WeatherTech, Henry, Quick Trip, Jockey, and Ariens. These companies sponsor events throughout the year, and we thank you for your participation and support.
Joel Quadracci out in front in the LMP2 Orica. There's James French in his C Sports Racer, Ralt. Travis Engen in the LMP1 Audi. Lawrence Huang in his LMP2 Orica. Adam Rupp in the 701 GT1 machine. Cliff Eben in the number 6 GT1 machine. His teammate Denny Lammers alongside. Lawrence Wiskerson in the number 33. And the 34 of Robert Van Zelst. Ray Bonthron in the 96 GT1. Jose Cortez in the LMP3 number 95. Robert Blaine in the GT1B number 64. Randy Rosenmerkel in the GT1 number 84. Brad Dahmer in the GT1 number 45. Richard Carlino in the LMP2 number 25. Lead Milazzo in the Daytona prototype number 711 that we saw earlier. Kenneth Greenberg in the number 836 GTS2. Kevin Owens in the 9X number 121 is the last of the field, I believe. James Cope in the 211 in there as well. Cope's 211, the Elan DPO2 IMSA prototype lights car. Kevin Owens in the Audi R3S LMS. Kenneth Greenberg's 911 RSR. Looks like we'll have 19 cars in this field. I misidentified James French's car. That's the Swift 014 chassis, usually with the Toyota Formula Atlantic power plant with prototype bodywork. He also has a Ralt-based prototype in the field, but this one is the Swift.
Yeah, the Ralt would be Brian's second car for the weekend normally.
Yep.
Which is the 45.
Mundo, which he has elected not to run in this race. But we might see him in Group 7.
I want to thank the family and friends and staff from Ariens with us visiting this weekend. Ariens Art on Wheels weekend, as always. Pleasure to have you here. Thanks for coming out. Enjoying a beautiful weekend of historic sports cars at America's National Park of Speed. And again, fast approaching winter. Time is now. Get your Ariens snow throws.
Yep.
Deals aplenty at your local Ariens dealer.
No better snowblower out there.
If you had snow in Ohio, you'd have one.
We do, but not enough that I can justify a top-of-the-line snowblower. As a matter of fact, I have a neighbor who said, "Hey, would you come over and clear my driveway?" He's a landscape guy, and so he's got all the tools.
He's got the plow truck. So
exactly. So I
quickly, yeah.
I grease his palm with a few dollars, and he comes and clears out the end of my driveway. Of course, this year may be the year that we have 3 feet of snow, and if that's the case, I'll be heading down to my local Ariens dealer and pick up a snowblower. Pace car already in the pit lane as the field hurriedly forms up. James French and Joel Quadracci on the front row. Travis Engen and Lawrence Wong.
A couple of stragglers at the back of the field getting tied up here.
So 4 prototypes at the front, and then we have the GT1 Thunders with Adam Rupp and Cliff Evans side by side. There's the green. This one is 18 minutes. Quadracci gets the jump right away.
And Travis Engen thunders on the inside with that Audi R8. And we'll look to the inside of Joel Quadracci.
And Quadracci's going to get it done. Engen will slot into second spot. James French tries to go around the outside, but can't quite do it. Adam Rupp right there in the 4th spot as he gets in front of Lawrence Wong, with Cliff Eben right behind Wong. And Cliff's teammate, Denny Lammers, just behind Lawrence Wiskirchen. Lance Wiskirchen, that's what I meant to say. They both begin with L. Stringing it out single file down into turn 5 on the first lap.
Jose Cortez with that number 75 P3 prototype entry, kind of middle of the field, all black in color.
Yep.
Those are pretty looking cars, just their very short wheelbase.
Adam Rupp mixing it up with James French, trying to get up in the thick of it there, but then French got the tires warmed up, and now he is right on the gearbox of Travis Engen.
And it looks like that might be Lawrence Wong, the 59 going around.
Yep. Right at the exit of turn 8. You can see by the skid marks, he is not the first one to put it off there.
If I had a nickel for every time in iRacing I launched it off of there. Trying to get on the power too soon, because you know how important that corner is.
You betcha. So it is Joel Quadracci, Travis Engen, and James French in that order. And French looking all over the back of Travis Engen in that Audi R8. 5 consecutive wins at the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
The driver of the number 46 of James French has himself a Rolex watch from the 24 Hours of Daytona as a class winner.
Yep. And oh, by the way, he has 2 Formula One cars in his garage. I want to be James French when I grow up. Or his dad. Either one.
Remember the days when they had the Ferrari? It was a spectacular car to watch as well for Brian.
Yep.
They found a little bit more of a stable platform with the Renault and the Jordan. The Jordan likes to break some transaxles now and then. But that Ferrari just absolutely screamed when they had that.
Yep. Interesting to see the ebb and flow between the Oreca of Quadracci, the LMP2 car, and Travis Engen in the Audi. Is there are places where that Audi is just blindingly fast, and then the LMP2 a little lighter, a little more nimble, can stretch it out.
Considerable age difference as well from a power to weight ratio.
Yep.
And aero efficiency. How much things have changed from a P1 configuration to a P2 configuration, with that age gap, but essentially similar speeds.
Well, in reality, they're only two years apart. Quadracci's is a 2003, and Engen's a 2005. So it's.
But again, from a P1 to a P2, the evolution within that short time frame.
Yep.
Of 2 years and relatively similar speeds. How rapidly motorsports changed.
Yeah. Yeah, because the FIA rules, were kind of skewed to bring the P2s to the fore, as the P1s were considered passé. This was the last year for the R8, and they went into the hybrid powertrain in the R10 with the diesel power the following year. So that was the beginning of the evolution of the FIA rules for World Championship of Makes. And a lot of emphasis was put on the P2 program. And Travis Engen going side by side down into turn 5. Can't quite close the deal.
You'd kind of anticipate the Audi being a little bit faster in a straight line, though.
I would think so.
Both of these gentlemen, though, have been on the racetrack several times today in multiple different classes of cars.
Yep. Travis Engen almost comes to the track with a car for every class. Not quite, but pretty close. He's been a vintage competitor for as long as I can remember. And quite a gentleman. Yeah, the LMP2 car really can stretch its legs through the carousel and open up a pretty comfortable lead by the time they get to Canada. And then once they get on the front straightaway, the LMP1 car can stretch its legs and close right up on the back.
Looks like Randy Rosenmerkel's got his hands full with Brad the Bullet Dahmer out of Sheboygan. That 45 GT1 car.
Robert Blaine just behind him. James Cope. Jose Cortez in that LMP car right at the tail end of that group. Engen sets the fastest lap.
And you can definitely tell that's an LMP1 car into turn 1. But Quadracci can go a little bit deeper into turn 1 because that car is a little bit lighter.
Yep.
So the stopping power fairly similar between those two cars. but a little bit lighter P2 category car can go just a little bit deeper into the brakes.
And give a shout out to our 4 GT1 cars. Adam Rupp in the 701, leading Cliff Eben in the 6, Lance Wiskirchen in the 33, and Denny Lammers in the 66.
Engen, your new leader at 5.
Finally gets it done, but here comes Joel Quadracci trying to take it back. James French in that C Sports Racer giving up a little top end speed. This is where Quadracci really shines through the carousel. Can he pick up enough momentum to mount a challenge at Canada Corner? Engen, though, getting his foot on the throttle just as quickly as possible through the kink, and is able to draw away once again. The three of them close up under braking at Canada. Through the left-hander at the Bill Mitchell bend, and then into the final right-hander up onto the front straightaway. This will be the first time Engen has led coming up the hill. We'll see how big a lead he can build up as that Audi gets up on song. Coming up on halfway. Cliff Eben having an off at some point as he drops the position to Lance Wiskirchen. Eben going from 5th to 6th. Now he's back with his teammate, Denny Lammers, in 7th spot. Lawrence Wong, after that early spin in the 59, has worked his way back forward to 16th position. And he's lapping about 9 seconds a lap quicker than the cars in front, so he'll pick up a few more spots in the second half of this one. But he's a minute and some change behind the leaders. Rosenmerkel, Dahmer, Cope, Carlino, Blaine, and Cortez having a nice battle going through turn 7 just as we speak. Randy Rosenmerkel in the yellow number 84 leading that parade. Brad Dahmer just behind. Dahmer thinks about it down at Canada as he shows a fender to Rosenmerkel. As Richard Carlino has moved around James Cope to move up into 12th position as this train of cars climbing the hill.
Just an observation, but it kind of feels like Rosenmerkel's holding up the group. They seem to be ganging up on the back of that 84 machine. Looks like Dahmer side by side into turn one.
And gets it done. Rosenmerkel tries to answer, though, goes off course a little bit just before the Ariens tunnel. And that prototype just behind him of Richard Carlino trying to interpose himself between those two GT1 machines. Rosenmerkel drops a wheel off at the outside of turn 3. That's going to cost him some momentum.
And you got Robert Blaine with the CompuWare vet, as well as James Cope.
Meanwhile, Lawrence Huang in the LMP 259 has caught up to the tail end of that group and has passed Jose Cortez, so Blaine will be his next target. Dahmer able to stretch it out a bit after taking over that spot. Like you said, Rosenmerkel might have been holding up the parade a little bit.
Dahmer pulls away a bit here. Now left to the devices of a mid-80s GT1 level car and a almost modern prototype. Making their speed in completely different ways, but ultimately having lap times fairly similar, which is what's always amazing about these vintage weekends is when they get the groups right, multiple different configuration cars all within a couple of seconds of each other. It comes down to driver skill in many cases.
You bet. And playing to the strengths of the car is where it's quicker than the competition, sussing that out and using your car to its best advantage, defensively and offensively. This time the 25 getting a good run. As Richard Carlino up behind Brad Dahmer now, as Rosenmerkel trying to hold him off in the run down to turn 1, but can't quite do it. The prototype finally gets it done. Now behind Rosenmerkel is Lawrence Huang, in the LMP2 car, who spun in the early going after qualifying on the front 2 rows. He would love nothing more than to clear this group.
About just under 3.5 minutes remaining here.
Yeah, getting close to the white flag time. Maybe white flag next time by.
Lap time's just about at the 2-minute range, so we may get one more.
Jose Cortez all over the back of Robert Blaine in that yellow Corvette. White flag next time by. Leonard Wong around Rosenmerkel, now going after Richard Carlino. It's the battle for 11th.
Something you don't see very often, but it's good to see. Denny Lamers in front of Cliff Eben. Denny's still getting it done after all these years.
Yep. Cliff is no spring chicken either.
No, but Cliff is usually the
team leader.
The team leader, if you will. Yeah, between those two. But good to see Denny having a good run here this weekend.
You betcha. Yeah, Cliff's been falling off the pace. He's about 10 seconds off his quickest lap of the race. So I think the car or the driver getting a little tired here in the closing stages. Lawrence Huang finally clears this clutch of cars. Moves himself up into 10th position.
And interestingly enough, I do believe that the two of Travis Engen is right here coming to the white silk.
Indeed, the white flag in the air.
Getting around Lee Milazzo.
Milazzo just now going a lap down. James French has gotten around Quadracci as they were side by side. French actually up into that second spot, but then Quadracci repasses him in the run down to turn one.
Got hung up in traffic a little bit there, did French?
Yeah, I think Milazzo might have impeded his progress just a bit.
Well, I think French was moving off the normal line, and in order to make way for the leader, moved over and happened to slow the momentum.
And unlike those LMP cars that he's battling with, he doesn't have the torque off the corners in that four-banger behind him. It's got to be up on the cam all the time.
So a battle we're following with Brad Dahmer and James Cope.
Rosenmerkel has disappeared. I don't know where he ended up.
Well, it almost looks like Dahmer's starting to lose pace here. So Rosenmerkel may have gone ahead.
Well, there's Huang.
Yeah, you're right.
Is this Rosenmerkel coming up now?
No, that's your leaders.
Yeah, about to lap him.
Yeah, but Dahmer started to fade a bit here.
Coming to the checkers here are the leaders. Right behind that clutch of cars that we've been following, and the three of them are all together as they make the run up the hill. There's Travis Engen, there's Joel Quadracci, there's James French, and they're across the line. Engen taking the win by 0.6 of a second. A further 0.8 back is James French for your top three.
5-minute call for Group 4, by the way. 5-minute call for Group 4. 5-minute call, Group 4.
Adam Rupp leading the GT1 class most of this race. Well adrift of the prototypes out in front, though. And there he comes to make it official. In the LMP2 class, Joel Quadracci, your winner over Lawrence Huang and Richard Carlino. In the GT1 class, Adam Rupp over Lance Wiskirchen and Denny Lammers. Cliff Eben has to settle for fourth in class. Those are the only contested classes in this one. As we make ready for race group 4. 2 more races to go. Tonis Kazimets leading the field out onto our Group 4 grid. Jeff Brabham in the yellow number 6. Joel Quadracci jumping out of his LMP2 car into his Formula B. Dave Handy in yet another of the Brabhams. Pierce Rader in the 68 Lotus. Ron Hornig in another of the Brabhams, the 32. Travis Engen in his Chevron. Robert Burnside in car number 8, another of the Brabhams. Mark Giroux in the 59, BT29. Will Thomas in the 19. These cars all on the grid. We'll sort them out as they come across the timing line. There's the 97 of Kenny Baum. Good battle earlier on. Jesse Jurgensen in the number 22. Wally Butler in the 35. Chris Arrogante in the 414. I don't think Chris will be in the field. I believe he was involved in that incident yesterday. I think I heard Jeff Jorgensen go by in the 00 Formula 500. Rick Stadaher in the number 95. There's the 75 of Andrew Holverson. The 151 of Tomas Lopez Roca. Heather Barron in the 821. John Bush. There's the 53 of Derek Grudison. The 69 of Martin Bagby, I believe, the last car. So Kazimets at the front with Jeff Brabham in the BT35. Ron Hornig in another of the BT35s. Travis Engen in his Chevron. Robert Burnside in the number 8 Brabham. Mark Giroux in the 59 Brabham. Don Carone in the number 29 Brabham. John Bush in the 82 Brabham. Martin Bagby in the 69 Lola T200. Matthew Premack in the number 44 Lotus 59. Will Thomas in the 19 Brabham. Kenny Baum in the 97 Euroswift. Jesse Jurgensen in the 22 Dulon MP21. Wally Butler in the number 35. We saw him earlier in the Lola T640. Daniel Burkett in the 02 Chinook. Jeffrey Tillich in the 36 Lola T440. Daniel Ariens in the 127 Crosley 32F. Adam Stanton in the 182 Crosley 32F. Jeff Jorgensen in the 00 Formula 500. And here comes the green flag. Tonis Kasemets at the point. Jeff Brabham slots right in behind him. Primack and Hornig dueling for third, fourth. Down into turn number 1. It is Kasemets at the point. That's Joel Quadracci, I believe, up into third spot, battling with Jeff Brabham. And here comes the second wave of the Formula Fs. The Formula Bs all in that first wave. Formula Fords climbing the hill. Jesse Jurgensen in the Formula 500. Wally Butler in the Formula F. They are side by side up the road. As they sort themselves out through turn number 1 and over the Ariens Tunnel. Tonis Kasemets and Jeff Brabham, your top 2 in the Formula B. There's Kasemets, there's Brabham. Might be Robert Burnside up there in the third spot. We'll check it. Meanwhile, down into turn 5. Too close to call for those 3. We'll sort them out when they come across the line. Got a car going wide into the grass at the exit of 5. And here come the leaders to the top of the hill. It is the 44 of Matthew Primack in the third spot, battling with Jeff Brabham for second. Kasemets long gone out in front. But Brabham hangs on. Meanwhile, the Formula F wave just now coming through the kink. Good battle at the front of Formula F. Those cars side by side. These, of course, are Formula Fords. I get in the habit of using Formula F because that's the SCCA parlance these days, because there are other than Ford engines in the back of some of these cars. The Honda Fit. But none of these cars are Honda powered, I'm sure. As the leaders come side by side to the line. It is the 22 at the point of Jesse Jurgensen. Daniel Burkett right there with him, and Kenny Baum. And Wally Butler right behind. That's the top 4. Meanwhile, Primack has gotten around Jeff Brabham to take over second spot among the Formula Bs, as those 3, definitely the class of that field. No one else able to maintain pace. I think timing and scoring may be in error. That 44 is Joel Quadracci. No, Quadracci's would be in the 48, so.
likely that 44 that just went through was Quadracci.
I would believe that to be true, yes. Timing and scoring is showing it as Matthew Primack, but I don't believe that's the case. Travis Engen across the line.
Have to take a look at the helmet for sure next time through.
Yeah, exactly.
Casimit's a nice lap, though, at 2:22.275. Complete lap 2 here with 12 and a half minutes remaining, just 5.5 gone by. It's getting a little warmer out there, up to 80 degrees with the cloud cover. Kind of starting to do a late summer, fall bake session on us here at Road America.
Do we call this Indian summer?
Well, you could.
Or should we say Native American summer to be politically correct?
Whatever it is, I'll take it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's better than snow.
Yeah, you betcha. Casimit's really stretching his advantage now as he is in the kink. And here comes the second place battle between Quadracci and Jeff Brabham. Brabham looking racy, though, as they come down toward Canada. He ducks to the inside. Quadracci holds him off. So Brabham has to fall back in single file. They've already caught up the back of the Formula Ford wave, so they've got traffic to contend with. Tonis Kasemets has already dispensed with a couple of the runners at the back. But I think Quadracci got balked just a bit, and that's going to open the door for Jeff Brabham. As they come to the line, they are side by side. Brabham had driver's right or the inside for turn one as they come down to turn one, but can't quite or chooses not to send it down in there. More traffic for these drivers, costing them just a little momentum as they have to alter their line coming down into turn three. These Formula B cars significantly quicker than their Formula Ford counterparts. The Formula Ford's lapping in the high 230s, and these Formula B cars in the low 220s. They're all together, though. As Kasemets comfortably out in front, and then Quadracci and Brabham working their way around some of the slower Formula F cars.
Travis Engen in that mix there. Top four all kind of hanging out together.
Yeah, Engen about 17 seconds up the road from Jeff Brabham. Ron Hornig, though, right with him. Engen in the Chevron, Hornig in the same car that Jeff Brabham is driving. Ron Hornig rebuilt those two cars. They're sequential serial numbers. Tonis Kasemets working his way around this big clutch of Formula Fords.
That's what you call a gaggle.
I think that's fair. And then there's Quadracci and Brabham clearing that group as well. Coming up on half distance here. Tonis Kasemets blowing by start finish. Traffic definitely playing havoc with his lap time as he's lapping in the 24s now, about 3 seconds off his ultimate pace just because of the traffic he's having to negotiate.
Waiting for timing and scoring to update here, but Casamets, Premack, and Brabham all had completed lap 4, and Travis Engen dropped way off of the pace. Closer to Hornig now. Almost 17 seconds back now from Brabham is Engen.
Yeah, he's been falling back for the past several laps. I mean, just not able to maintain that same kind of pace. If you look, his best lap is a 2:27. Casamets, Quadracci, and Brabham all lapping in the 22s for their best laps. It looks like Jeff Brabham has gotten up to second spot, perhaps using traffic to his advantage. As there's Quadracci now back to third.
Brabham was certainly a master of traffic throughout his career.
No question. Yep, he's definitely gotten it done. So now that he's clear of Joel Quadracci, see if he can set his sights on Tonis Casamets.
Got to spin in turn 8, just behind your leaders. Be the 54, or 3-4, excuse me.
There's a 134, Dan Rhodes.
Would think that would be Dan Rhodes, in fact.
Yeah, who has lost it.
Another car down in turn 12, going around.
Waving yellow flags there at Canada Corner to alert the oncoming drivers. The stalled car should be able to pull out once he gets a point. Meanwhile, the second place battle through turn 14 and on the way up the hill. Here comes Casamets. He's across the line. There's Brabham and there's Quadracci.
And so the car down in turn 12 is
stalled, apparently.
Stalled. It looks like Road America's safety team stationed at 12 wants to get in there and help him, but the corner marshal holding them back.
Well, there's so much traffic, they don't want to put a worker out there at risk with cars on a hot track.
Correct. Not without the truck blocking.
Yep. Meanwhile, the battle in the Formula Bs at the front continues to pick its way through traffic. There's Casamets just leaving turn 6. There's Brabham and there's Quadracci as they work their way toward turn 7. Safety workers finally getting a break in the traffic, and they're able to push that car back behind the barrier.
Nicely done.
Well done, exactly. As we've complimented them all weekend, the safety crew here at Road America is unparalleled.
It's Dan Rhodes in the 134 on pit lane. That indeed would be the car that spun over an 8.
Oh, Quadracci gets stuck behind one of the lappers. And that allows Jeff Brabham to open up a little more comfortable breathing room.
Yeah, if you're Jeff Brabham, you want Casamets to get into a little bit heavier traffic like what they experienced a lap or so ago, just to try to get back in touch with him. But Casamets checked out and gone. 3.8 seconds last time through. We'll check it again. You're coming to the completion of lap 6.
Casamets just exiting turn 14. There's Brabham and there's Quadracci. Quadracci finally getting clear of the traffic. Casamets coming to the line. There he is. And there's Brabham. 4 seconds. Brabham setting his personal best on that last lap, but not as quick as Tonis Casamets. Coming to the white flag, next time by. Ron Hornig right on the back of Travis Engen in the battle for fourth in the Formula B class. Meanwhile, Quadracci has gotten back around Jeff Brabham to retake second spot. Tonis Kazmat slicing through traffic down there at turn 8. And there is Brabham back in front of Quadracci. Quadracci tries to pull alongside. They enter the carousel turn. Quadracci thinking about trying to go inside of Brabham on the carousel. But Brabham holds him off. Again, we're on the next to the last lap. Should see the white this time by. The sun peeking out from behind the overcast clouds here. On the front straightaway, at least. Kazmat's exiting Canada corner, then some slower traffic. And once again, Quadracci gets stuck behind a slower car that Brabham was able to get through comfortably. That gives him a little advantage. But now Brabham's got a whole clutch of cars in front of him. He tries to dive down to the inside at the entrance to 14, has to wait till he exits. Then he can juke off to driver's right and begin the climb. Quadracci gets the run on him. Here they come to the line with the white flag in the starter's hand. Brabham holding him off. Quadracci right on his gearbox. Kazmat's down into turn 1. Here comes the second place battle, and it is Quadracci retaking second spot from Jeff Brabham. Joel Quadracci in the 44. Brabham in the 6. Kazmat's under the Sargento Bridge. There's Quadracci and then Brabham. On the final lap, Kazmat's with a almost 5-second lead now. It's one of the Formula Fords, also yellow, pulling off to the side to allow Quadracci and Jeff Brabham to get through, and they do so. Quadracci able to play the traffic to his advantage in that case, and opening up a little more comfortable lead as they head through Hurry Downs and into turn number 8, approaching the carousel for the final time. Kazmat's exiting the carousel. Quadracci following him through into the kink. Comes Tonis Kazmat's. Joel Quadracci bending it in. Then Jeff Brabham. Brabham clipping the apex nicely. Doing all he can do to stay with him. Brabham's making up a little ground here in the run down to Canada. This will be one of his last opportunities. He does get within 2 car lengths as they make it through Canada corner. Into the Bill Mitchell bend. Maybe 3 car lengths at speed as they clip the apex. Kazmat's on his way to the checkers. Last chance for Jeff Brabham to get a good exit here and see if he can draft his way to a challenge for a second spot. But I think it's going to be too little too late. Tonis Kazmat's sees the checkered flag. And here comes the run to the checkers for second. The 44 of Joel Quadracci taking that position. Jeff Brabham half a second back in third. Meanwhile, Travis Engen some 30 seconds up the road as the lapped cars from the Formula F field work their way by. Ron Hornig was closing on Travis Engen as they were coming under the white flag, so we'll see if Hornig has been able to find a way around. And that was the case. Ron Hornig comes home in 4th spot. Travis Engen just behind him in 5th. Robert Burnside takes 6th place honors. Mark Giroux would be next. There he is in 7th. The lapped car of Murray Burkett waiting on Will Thomas to be the leader in F2 in the 19 car. There's Will Thomas. Almost a minute adrift of Mark Giroux. And he'll take the win in Vintage F2. The top 7 all from Formula B. Jesse Jurgensen will take the Club Ford honors over Tom Stefani. Kenny Baum takes Formula Ford honors over Wally Butler. So looking at the class winners. Tonis Kazmits overall. And in 4B over Joel Quadracci and Jeff Brabham. In the 4 Vintage Formula Ford, Daniel Burkett, your winner in the 0-2 over Murray Burkett, with James Buchanan in 3rd. In Club Ford, Jesse Jurgensen over Tom Stefani and Daniel Ariens. In Formula Ford, Kenny Baum over Wally Butler and Rod Bauhaus. And those are the contested classes. One more race to go. Always a fan favorite, Group 7, the Wings and Slicks Formula cars. Fastest cars here, coming up next. Mark Giroux rolling down the line in his number 30 Indy Lights car. Travis Engen in his number 31 Indy Lights car. Rob Radman, who's already had a dominant win in the Pro Mazda car. Bill Walschlager in the number 37 Van Diemen RF97 Formula Continental. Josh Bowler in his number 19 Formula Continental, a Chevron BT29. Jeffrey Antonelli in the 71 Star Mazda. Fletcher Belt in the 39 March 79V. Michael Popp in car number 13, the Van Diemen Formula Continental. Grant Greenfield in the 38 Speeds Formula 1000. Tom Simpson in the number 77 McKee Mark 18 Formula 5000. Patrick Donnelly in the Formula Continental number 16. That's a Migale. Matt Daniel in the number 26 car. A Tatis RC98 USF 2000. Joseph Conway in car number 6 in a Van Diemen Formula Continental. And we expect Brian French, if he joins us, in the Benetton Formula 1 car number 18 at the pole. And Mr. French is indeed there behind the safety car. These cars, the Wings and Slicks Formula cars, conforming to the Monoposto 770 regulation. And the most potent cars here this weekend, especially the one on the pole. As the safety car comes into turn 14, Brian French and Mark Giroux taking up the first row. Travis Engen and Rob Radman in row 2. Bill Walschlager and Josh Bowler in a pair of Continentals. Bowler actually in the 19 is a Formula Atlantic Chevron. Waiting on the green. And it's up. Travis Engen in a drag race with Rob Radman and the run down toward turn 1.
The magic of the Judd pull down the straight.
Exactly. Yes, the last time any of these drivers will see Brian French, barring mechanical difficulty.
Well, or barring that he's lapping them.
Yes, well, that's true. He might be coming up from the back.
We said it yesterday, but what's amazing about that car as well is you can hear it all the way on the backside of the race course, even inside the building.
Yes.
We can hear him.
Yeah, we can hear him accelerate from turn 3 down toward 5.
Josh Bowler's got his hands full in that bright fluorescent orange number 19.
Mark Giroux, Rob Radman, and Travis Engen in that order. And then a nice little gaggle of cars just behind. Walschlager in the white number 37 at the front of that group. Walschlager in the Continental.
Fletcher Belt in there as well. I believe we're looking at Patrick Donnelly bringing up the back of that group right there. Michael Popp and Grant Greenfield just ahead.
Up the hill comes the Benetton. Nothing like it. And the Indy Lights Brigade, Mark Giroux, comfortably out in front of Travis Engen, who's gotten the better of Rob Radman in the Pro Mazda. There he is. And now this gaggle of cars. Jeff Antonelli in the Star Mazda. Up into fifth, then Walschlager, Josh Bowler, Fletcher Belt, Grant Greenfield, Michael Popp, Patrick Donnelly, Tom Simpson in the Formula 5000, Matt Daniel in the 26, and Joseph Conway bringing up the rear in the number 6.
Good look back at the Ariens tunnel there. Again, want to thank the family and friends and staff from Ariens that have been here all weekend enjoying the festivities. Appreciate the sponsorship and the partnership with Road America on this Ariens Art on Wheels weekend. Thanks for being here. Final 14 and a half minutes of our spectator weekends for 2022.
Walschlager, Bowler, and Belt having a nice little battle as we follow that group into turn 7. Antonelli just disappearing from the camera shot and running 5th overall. And we have our first sub 2 minute lap in competition. 157.130 for Brian French on his second flying lap. Fletcher Belt looking racy as he's right on the back of Josh Bowler. Bill Walschlager with just a little bit of a cushion in the 6th spot. That trio begin the climb up the hill as they pass the pit entrance. And pulling out to the driver's right is Josh Bowler. And he has a nose ahead of Bill Walschlager. Bowler in that Formula Atlantic, number 19. Walschlager in the Formula Continental. And Bowler maintains the advantage over Fletcher Belt. Just behind Bill Walschlager. Walschlager in the middle between those two. Walschlager leading the Formula Continental class by a substantial margin. His closest competitor is Patrick Donnelly back in 11th. Josh Bowler beginning to stretch it out just a bit over Walschlager and Belt. Walschlager really coming under attack now as Fletcher Belt right on his back bumper. Belt in the Formula V, Super V. Walschlager in the Formula Continental. The Orange 19 Formula Atlantic of Josh Bowler in front of those two.
Yeah, you can't miss Josh Bowler on the racetrack. That bright fluorescent orange SDP livery on that car.
Brian French closing up on the back of the field now as he's already passed Joseph Conway. Matt Daniel, Michael Popp up the road. Patrick Donnelly and Michael Popp were nose to tail as they crossed the line for 11th and 12th. There's Brian French into turn number 5. There's the battle between Donnelly and Popp that we were talking about. French will overhaul them in the carousel or just outside of it. So our leaders lapped up to the 10th place car.
Still 8.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time.
You betcha. Yeah, he's about to pass Simpson now to set his sights on Grant Greenfield next.
Of course, there's always the responsibility of the overtaking car, but closing speeds for Brian French much faster than that of the rest of the field.
Yep. You know, and picking his way through traffic, and he still turns a 2-minute lap.
Oddly enough, heard back from the paddock area that James in the
Jordan
in the previous race, that was the fastest he's gone in that car since the runoffs were here.
Nice.
So they've been working on that car. So you got to be pretty happy with that. Thanks, Josh.
Yeah, good job.
For the update down there.
Brian French working race lap number 6, and we are into the second half of this race. About 7.5 minutes remain. He's closing down on Fletcher Belt, who is at the back of that 3-car train we've been following for 6th, 7th, and 8th.
6 car has lost power here on the main straightaway.
Joseph Conway.
And he's pulling into the cutout. He'll be safe behind the wall.
Yep. Good job there on his part to stay out of harm's way and avoid a yellow flag. And here comes Brian French, closing up on Walschlager and Bowler, so he'll have lapped up to the 5th place car by the end of this lap. Looking for a way around Bill Walschlager at the moment.
And of course, you see the Angels in white with a lot of blue flags right now.
Waving them rather enthusiastically.
Probably the most they've used them all weekend.
Yep. Jeffrey Antonelli next in line. He's about 30 seconds up the road. Excuse me, about 4 seconds up the road. Then it's another 30 seconds to Rob Radman. And that was Antonelli, so he is now lapped up to the 4th place car. If he catches Radman, he'll have a good shot to lap the field with about 5 minutes left. I know that's always a goal for Brian French in these races.
I think they accept it as a challenge. Very masterful driving from Brian, though. I mean, he's been in that car for many years. Very comfortable in it.
And I'm sure as fast as he's going, he's nowhere near approaching its limits. If he were to really stretch the envelope, it...
You know, what's really funny, and that's exactly a great point, if they would actually trim that car out...
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think they would run a Monza-like rear wing setup in this on that car if it were in pure competition trim.
Still about as close to a flat 2-minute lap if you can get with traffic.
Yep. White flag next time, bye.
Big puff of smoke over in turn 5. Just to the right of the driver's right. Looks like somebody may have locked it up a little bit. Working through Kettle Bottoms towards Canada Corner now is Brian French.
There's Rob Radman. And there's Brian French. So working the last lap, Radman is a goner, but I don't think he'll be able to catch Travis Engen in a single lap. He's got 30 seconds to make up, and he's not that much faster than the Indy Lights cars up in front. So lapping everybody but the top three, should I say. Into Canada corner comes Brian French for the final time. Mark Giroux and Travis Engen just coming by. As French starts up the hill. And the checkered flies for our final race of the weekend. And our final race of the 2022 spectator racing season here at America's National Park of Speed, Elkhart Lakes Road America. The only drama yet to remain is whether Mark Giroux and Travis Engen have any difficulties on their final tour around the circuit. As everyone else will see the checkers before they get here. Eric Miller, I know this is a bittersweet time for you. I know it is for me. Always the last race of the season is, I know how much I'm going to miss it between now and spring, but it's also a little bit of a sigh of relief.
Yeah, it's a little bit of relief. Obviously, for most of us that work in this business, the end of the season brings new opportunities, new hobbies for a couple of months before we get right back into it.
In your case, your brand new house, you get a chance to spend a little time on it.
I've been missing out on working on the house for almost a year now. So that'll be kind of the projects the next couple of weekends, and then we get into banquet season, karting club banquet, and that'll be in December, and obviously friends getting married, so that's always means a busy fall because everybody that I'm friends with in the racing business
knows not to get married during the summer.
They push all their stuff to after racing season because they're racers too. So, it ends up being really another month of racing yet, through the month of October, and then you get into November and banquet season and Hall of Fame inductions and all of that. Very proud of former Road America track announcer Roger Miller. Happens to be my dad, getting inducted November 5th to the Southeast Wisconsin Short Track Hall of Fame down in Hartford, Wisconsin.
Mazel tov to him.
And thank you. And very proud of Dad. So 27 years in the tower as an announcer. And
keeping the seat warm for yourself.
Another 20 or so in the flag stand and race director roles,
both
here at Road America as well as Badger Kart Club. So very well deserved. He's had a great career, and he's just about to retirement age, so he'll keep working for another couple of years. But I'm glad that he's available to see that how much people really appreciated him and taught me everything I know.
There you go.
So.
He taught you well.
Thank you.
Obi-Wan.
Appreciate that. But it is very bittersweet. I know that the next time that you and I will likely see each other is probably at a vintage event in the spring, come May, here at Road America, hopefully.
My fingers are crossed that we don't have a schedule conflict that prevents me from being here.
But
that's the only thing that would prevent me from being here.
If that opportunity presents itself, we would welcome it with open arms. We appreciate you coming up and helping out this weekend, John. Always a pleasure.
Back at you, my friend.
Like I said earlier off mic, I always know when I'm outclassed, and I just kind of let you sit and go because you are the master
Well,
but
you speak too kindly.
I appreciate you being here, and I don't mind playing second fiddle to friends. And you are certainly one of my best friends in the business, and great to have you here. Great to have all the race fans, race teams here from the weekend. From all of us at Road America, if you didn't catch the Paddock Shop's announcement today, souvenir core samples from 1995 to 2022 will be for sale through the Paddock Shop. You can check out more on the Facebook page for the Paddock Shop as well. More details on that. I'm sure the National Park of Speed Facebook group will be all over that throughout the next couple of days. But appreciate all the fans, all the season ticket holders. It is a blast. This is our last spectator weekend. Of course, some folks will be here for Champ Car next weekend. It's not a spectator event, but you have to generally be part of that event to participate. But this is our final spectator weekend of the year. So my final weekend after 11 years of being the helm in this chair, 12 total being here at Road America. So for John Phippen, all of our staff at Road America, thank you to the Angels in White, all of our safety workers, race control, our maintenance staff. Safety team is the best in the business. So is our maintenance staff. We've seen it time and time again throughout the year what you guys do, fixing fences, taking care of oil downs, you name it, you fix it. So we appreciate it. My name's Eric Miller, the voice of Road America until 2023. Reminding you that race car spelled backwards is still race car. So long, everybody.
Thanks, Eric.